And we should be once again live, as that seems all good. Yeah, we are, and the bitrate's looking okay. And I'm going to jump in once more. Actually, I want to do it on this character. And just gonna move the mic a little bit to be a little bit more in line. There we go. And I'm for today.
Entering safe area.
Change the stream title. Because I forgot. Yeah, actually, I'll just leave it at that. I'm gonna go do some leagues because I haven't done them for this week. And although I of course have the 60 done already, and even more over it, I usually do always try to get 120, and especially this ones are pretty easy. And I never mind doing the leagues really, so I'm gonna hop on and do them. I'm going to turn this back into a normal eclipse from a glass eclipse, and I'm going... this needs to become this piece. I'm so used to now seeing electric pieces that I was like, wait, where's the electric bed? Of course, this character very much still has a golden piece. And I very much want to do it with Hollywood on, because might as well. Those levels count as stars as well that we get. And Fire Eclipse can still do decently well with just this hive, disabling all of the enemies guarded by Hollywood. And this character also has a mortar build, so if I feel like swapping over at some point, if I feel that would be more useful, then I'll just swap over. Briefly just checking as well that everything is working and no lag on the voice and anything or like that. And it being Wednesday, it is Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday. Double checking. Plenty of people, Wednesday evening especially, it should also be, plenty of people are matchmaking for them. I'm gonna toggle that one to be just that one. I actually don't even remember which four they were. I remember one is Pathway, and then we got those two, and Pentagon, actually. Now, I'll start with Bank and see what we get. But yeah, especially what I really need is just one decent red build player. Either high-end red, strikers, anything, Hunter's Fury, anything would be would work. Especially for this mission where it is a boss that is a heavy. Also, I'm just now considering that maybe a lot of the player base does not run Hollywood.
Another agent is now in your...
But nice, I got match made into. But yeah, that was longer than it usually takes. Also, quite shortly, my upcoming video on YouTube will go up. It's scheduled for 9. So, no directives. We don't need those where we're headed. There's a Fire Eclipse, but he doesn't have a Stinger Hive, or actually he's not an Eclipse, which is a rarity. And somebody trying to level up some Cavalier, likely. The matchmaker is still going. We didn't get a fort yet. But also in a minute, I might just start. The only downside is, yeah, as I stated, I would love to get one good red build player. But
recover the item the hyena stole from Air Force One.
But we don't have that yet. But this is also one of the hard ones, or to the hard difficulty, in making it very easy. As, yeah, the wording for that is very much inverse to what is expected. And yeah, as long as basically my hive hits any guarded enemy, unless it's heavy, it will basically completely destroy it, basically. Leaving a little bit for my allies to clean up. And yeah, that removes that Hollywood effect on enemies and lets them take full damage again. I'm gonna save my hive for up here and get these guys. So yeah, that's a heavy down there.
Heavy ammunition detected.
At least I'm gonna assume it's heavy, otherwise it wouldn't have survived here. I can't actually make that shot, turns out. As I was hitting the ground there. Yeah, very much my hive is now my main tool instead of my my fire cam, so that's one of the downsides a little bit. And I have no idea why anybody would run a fire build that isn't an Eclipse at this at this time
Detected. Heavy
anymore.
ammunition.
Because the effect that Eclipse can do is the only downside is also I can't overwrite his fire, which is a little bit annoying.
Checking for the key card.
I should actually loot like that. One thing as well that actually a lot of people seem to not know as well is specialization weapons will remove that as well. Will remove the defended, the guarded mode basically. So yeah, you can very much just something like the flamethrower can deal with a wave. Something with a grenade launcher could basically make a wave a lot easier. Just closing the distance, getting my hive underneath them. And we only get one wave. I really want to grab these flame rounds because they'll assist me a little bit. But actually, I have a everlasting gaze equipped, which is not my preferred weapon in that slot, but that is what this character usually has. I often swap it for a fire ran its course, which is very rare for it to do. I'm just setting up for this.
Authentication successful. Access granted.
I'm hoping one of my allies will make the run upstairs real quick,
Hostile radio intercepted.
so that I can stay back here. But otherwise, also I'll put my hive down here. If no one else goes, I'll go. But usually it's that too many people go over, not enough. Okay.
They pulled the president out of the wreckage.
As stated, too many people are going instead of not enough. One is enough. Oh, he paid attention, saw that somebody was ahead of him and came back, and he's a striker, and that's the red I need. Curious to see what they swap to. They swap builds. Okay.
Hostile protection removed.
Headhunter, but in a very weird setup with going ninja bag, which isn't usually how you go that build. But it'll work out here as he's setting himself up to where that spawn is and just deleting that spawn as soon as it spawns.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
And yeah, especially with the 4 from this league, it's not going to be hard to get stage 10 on them, which is my only goal, really. I'm not going for the best time, I'm just stage 10 is good enough. I could have used my hive here as well. But I'm actually saving it for the next wave. He's dealing with that there. Especially with the hive, so it's the hits with the stinger needs to hit them. It's not the bleed spreading or anything. So it needs to actually hit them with the explosive. And basically, Hollywood is designed around explosives. Oh, we burned 30 shielded hostiles, which... And yeah, with those challenges, I very much don't pay attention to them until Friday,
Search query.
which is when I usually do them all and then get it out of the way.
President Ellis. I'll have a helicopter on standby to extract him.
Lockdown procedure initiated.
That doesn't
Gonna
sound
roll there. That's gonna put me ahead of everyone.
Isaac, do you have a way out of
And
the
there's a small minimal optimization where you can roll and you won't get that animation of landing.
wristwatch? Okay, let me see. If you can punch through the west wall, there's a
So you get to be
running alongside your
ahead of everyone. But that doesn't matter because here, of course, the first person here needs to do this animation.
plot a path to the president's location.
And that punches everybody back up.
Highlighting most expedient route.
Son of a bitch, it actually worked. Thanks, Isaac.
It's gonna... Now, keep my attention on there and then deal with it after this. Gonna toss my hive across for the next wave and also maybe catch some more of this wave.
There's guys on the walkway.
Hostile protection now removed.
I'm also gonna set myself up here, see if I can... Sometimes you get the prompt down here. I don't think anybody has figured out what causes it. Although maybe the speedrunning community knows. But it's not common knowledge if there is a way. But sometimes, yeah, you can interact with him down there. And that will let us... That would have let us open this door a lot faster. Kim goes back there. As soon as they spawn, I'll trigger it. And here, yeah, my hive is not going to make it across in a good way. And also I want to have it in a second with the boss fight. So I'm going to assume my allies kill everything here. Well, almost everything. That will remove Dune Explosion and be a special weapon, and that will help kill him really hard. I'm gonna toss my hive downstairs already. And, it's in position to deal with that first wave once we get down.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Well, that's a load of shit. Kill.
I'm gonna add a chem there and a chem there.
I want them dead.
And
Roach,
in we go.
your supply will dry the fuck
And
up.
once we're over this railing here, is when that wave downstairs spawns. So once all players are down, basically when the gather point, my hive will start to go, and I'll ignite the chem charges as well, and we'll head into them being already heavily damaged. Gonna try and get a fire going over there. Didn't really. The door is spawning. I see it in the background. I'm gonna try to catch most of it.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
I'm gonna toss my hive out here to already hit the boss as soon as he spawns. Because yeah, that boss of course needs to have its protections removed. Gonna also help it out by putting a
Hostile restored protection.
charge or 2 crossbow bolts on him. Hoping that I hit both on the chest. That would break the chest, so I didn't. Yeah, there it goes. If he had the... after a while, the effect comes back onto them, so if that had happened, I would have loosened that, that extra crossbow bolt. And an easy stage then, even with Hollywood active. I'm gonna mark and move to Federal Emergency Bunker. This team is decently good. Good enough. So I'm gonna see if they wanna join me and keep going with me. Although, yeah, again, no directives for this mission.
An agent has left your group.
Actually, yeah, the one player that I was hoping would stay left. As I was the striker player. The other player is coming. Yeah, he's running a Headhunter Regulus. Yeah, but a ton of challenges triggering. I will just wait here for matchmaking to give us another friend, or maybe we'll push in a second if it takes too long. Because being inside of the mission increases your chances of actually, you'll be moved up the queue basically. Okay, we're getting one other player.
Another
Who's a
agent is now in your group.
way too blue court striker, but we'll make do. And once he's loaded in, I'll start going, and we'll hopefully get a fourth at some point. Just doing the wiggles, and once he's ready, I'm just gonna start it, and hopefully
We need to find out what happened to
they'll join.
try to repair the main shade node. The federal shelter should be beneath your current position. Find a way down there, but proceed with caution.
It's gonna just set something on fire. It'll do enough damage to kill a red on hard. Gonna very much move in to be. That other player swapped builds. I don't, and looks to be an Eclipse with Disrupt, which is just a worse version of me. So I would be hopeful that it's not. Because yeah, while Disrupt on a normal hard run works really well for the leagues and stuff, and it's also my preferred one. This isn't a normal run where we have a global event active that very much benefits from being hit by explosives.
Hostile protection restored.
And I'll inspect them once we reach this this elevator. Yeah, that's not the right choice for the situation. Because also he'll not do anything that I won't already be doing. Yes.
You know that bitch.
I'm gonna push in deep and try to catch especially that wave in the back before it fully spawns in. Because yeah, if I can catch them here, it'll be a lot easier. My hive goes out.
Heavy ammunition detected.
I'm considering then maybe going a mortar route actually in a second. Because if he's already doing the CCing part of this build, then I might actually swap over and be the super damage dealer. Okay.
Human remains detected. Identified as division agents.
There's no way the outcast could have taken out an entire squad in a fair fight. It's not possible.
None of that fire spread. Oh, because it was his fire. He can very easily override me because he's a fire. He's a glass. Yes. So yeah, I'm gonna swap to something else. This is counterproductive. Because also, for instance, here,
Detected.
yeah, it's very much.
You can use the computer to sync Isaac with their comm system.
I'm hoping they get that button.
If they're in any shape to answer.
I'll let them get this.
Connection established.
Hello? This is Manny Ortega.
There's no need for politeness there. Just if somebody else stepping back, that means that they want you to
We
open the
couldn't
door.
get the node back online. I salvaged some equipment that will get the White House node connected to the national network, but before I could get back, those crazy fucks...
So I'll not use any chem charges here, letting me get the mortar. Because yeah, there's no use to eclipses. Actually, I can swap now. Oh, because I'm in combat. I'll be out of combat in between somewhere around now. Once that one dies. Yep. Yeah, so now I've swapped to I heard the swap noise, but it didn't trigger. That was weird. Okay. I just need to grab the mortar in a second. I have no idea why he would think that that would work out for him. Do want to have my mortar here first. And they'll have the wrong mods for the time being, but that'll be fine. I'm not gonna get a real out of combat with these players. Because yeah, especially with a lot of builds here, or a lot of waves here, I can actually catch them completely.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Like that. Gonna deconstruct my hive. There's one enemy still alive in there. I'm hoping my allies help with that. I'm just gonna... And I'm gonna short fire. I can't go through that. I'm glass. Because yeah, the second they trigger in combat, I would die. So I need to wait here now. Which is a very frustrating way of that they're playing. Which is very frustrating to me. Some of the choices and the playstyles. One of the downsides, of course, is all of these explosive skills, they don't work inside of, like you have to fire them inside of doorways and then they don't go over that boundary. Oh no, you got it quickly done.
I think I'm safe for now, but please hurry.
Help is on the way, Maya. Sit tight and just try to stay calm.
Another agent has joined your group.
Refresh that because... okay. Stream preview on my end had frozen there, but turns out
Detected. Heavy munitions.
that wasn't anything serious.
Sprinkler system detected.
If you can trigger the sprinklers, there should
Another good shot over there. Hoping they spawn there.
You gotta put out the flames. I don't know if Maya has any fireproof gear.
Yeah, just gonna put my hive over there. So one of the things I get a lot here, of course, is shots for the multi-grenade launcher as a mortar build. You can basically just main that weapon. The only annoyance is that when you touch it or swap to it and then try to toss out a skill, then it'll be quite a while to swap back to that skill and then swap back to the grenade launcher.
I have to move. Someone's trying to break in.
Gonna push in and put my hive up on this, up on here, and this can catch two of these exits. So it catches that one and the one in front of me, and I'm hoping they interact with it right away. There we go.
I'm safe for now, but
I'll put my mortar basically out
I don't know what I
here
did
in the
to make
middle,
them so mad.
and that's also so it can
Stop them.
hit basically everywhere except that entrance, because it can also hit from there back there. And what I really do is just sit here. My hive's got that side. My mortar has this side.
Munitions.
It's gonna toss one up there, but they're coming actually from in here, so that's important. One of the things is, though, if I catch myself with the mortar, then I am dead. But of course, I can just avoid that by not being an idiot, hopefully. I'm gonna use the grenade launcher here. I have so many rounds for it as well. I'm not gonna do the tradition thing because it'll put me way outside of position, so for once I'll leave that. But yeah, my hive's still up on that side. Second this combat starts, I'm gonna expect a wave to spawn over there, so
Heavy
that's
ammunition
kind of...
detected.
Yeah. Basically, whatever gets hit by my hive is already dead anyway. So now I'm out of hive charges. So, but I'm gonna wait a little bit. My mortar will come back. Gonna put my stuff back in there. Get this wave. And try to fire. And something spawning from there as well.
Detected.
And here, oh yeah, use the grenade launcher again. Because yeah, getting hit by that also hurts a ton. I'm gonna hit him once. Gonna mortar up there, or try to at least. Grenade him, grenade that one. Not take the reload, but just swap off and swap back on, and it'll be reloaded. That's how that one works. There's something over there, which I don't see at the moment. I'm setting myself up here so I can get Myra whenever she gets out.
If you had
Maya,
up when you did,
and then button, and then
I'll head back
done and done.
to the
And it was a pretty slow run, but again, as well with a global event that most people don't know how to deal
Restore the
with.
Shade network across the entire country. And I'll send a team to assist Maya and retrieve the fallen for a proper burial.
Yeah, that's very much why I kind of wanted to make the. I'm going to drop group. I would rather
You have left the
attempt to get some other people. And this humid heat is still very much going on. Which is nice and sweaty, is how I feel. Yeah, gonna go do Pentagon. I'll start off again as Eclipse. There's another Eclipse I might go because yeah, the Eclipse is kind of essential as well with the fire. Also, just for now, because keeps messing with my skills, I'm gonna drop all directives. Also, it's Pentagon, not DARPA. Grab the key here because you can never have too many keys. Although that's of course truly a lie because you have a hard cap of 50. Yeah, so I'm gonna swap to Eclipse first and then start the matchmaker just in case I instantly get someone and they instantly want to go in. And needs to be, this one is also on hard. And the only place that I foresee issues is the server room. I don't really know at the moment how I'll deal with it there, because I usually swap to a red. But both a Eclipse and a mortar bill would not really work for that room. So, and I keep getting
another agent is now
people joining up on me pretty fast, so that's good. And they're using seekers to just pop some people off. Having a little bit of a look. We'll give it a second, see if we get more people just random matchmaking in. And otherwise we'll start off because he's a decent looking striker. Although actually he swapped chests there. Although actually that's not even that bad of a choice for this kind of content. I'll ask them what they want to do. Start asking them if they want to wait for 4 or if they want to start already. And actually, I'm going to also swap this to be an in-sync shotgun, which is very much my more preferred item for that slot. It's weird that it didn't have all of the mods on it. Which actually is that one. Okay. I'll I'll show intent of starting.
Detected.
We
Protected.
can start 2-man, and then hopefully it'll fill up.
Black Tusk has been airlifting heavy drilling equipment.
And there we go.
The priority is to take out that operation and
I've got one of the players that was in my team earlier, but I don't remember which one he was. So my hive is going through there, and that's gonna trigger and basically
Moved. Hostile protection.
kill everything.
Detected. Heavy munitions. Another
Based off his skills, I'm gonna guess he was the blue striker, also off of his armor bar. It bounced off the ceiling there. It's gonna get behind him as well and put some more shots in him. Yeah, we have to wait for him to die. And then we can go through that door.
communications.
This is Brenner. Double up patrols and sentries.
To attack.
Vision's on site. Not sure we can
And after this one, I should actually remember to
get it done.
go pin a comment on my most recent video of
heavy resistance on your way to the drill.
trying to lure more people over here. Worked quite well with the striker video recently.
Another agent is now in.
Yeah, that fire spread. And on hard, even though they are protected, of course, the fire spreading is actually close to enough to just kill everything. I'm gonna go over here, and I was trying to get, especially, just get the objective first. I'm gonna plant it as well, and then go get my hive, because I need to wait anyway for a few seconds, but I do want my hive back. Very much so. Also, really want that crossbow bolt. So I'll go out of my way to get it.
Send reinforcements to the center court.
Because yeah, that can maybe help me deal with some dogs and stuff. I don't know why he's going the looting route, because I'm going. Wish you all the best, and hope you catch up. That mini tank is really gonna hurt if I have to kind of deal with it, basically. Once the shock's on it, I'm a little bit more confident it will die. But it'll explode here and hit me. So what you really want to do here is get both teams really out and just do the planting. The objective is to plant first. So basically beelining it towards that.
System.
And the others aren't doing that, so I'll do it.
System.
Put that for the dog there. Now this will hurt as well.
Pump destroyed.
And then we have the objective of destroying that thing up there. Hoping others... Yeah, I really need one of the reds to help with this, because... Yeah, that's pretty slow on my end. But hopefully they see me shooting, and then they go like, oh, hey, maybe I should shoot as well. That would be nice.
Drill offline.
Excellent work. Command, the drill is out of commission. We need to eliminate these assholes. Redirect all available units to intercept.
That's not filling me with much confidence, the way that player was busy for quite a while on that mini tank there.
Okay, there's an air-gapped server in the naval wing. It has a complete inventory of projects and assets based
Yeah, we're gonna push on through, go to the next section.
blocked by the lockdown. Isaac should be able to access the system and obtain a security key.
My other allies are very far behind, which kind of... Because especially later on, if they're that slow, just getting from place to place. Later on, we have a 30-second gather, which I would rather not wait the full 30 seconds. But also, doesn't really matter. We have 21 minutes to get this done. I'm hoping that guy just dies to Val, but he
Electronic
almost
clock
didn't.
detected. Searching system for access codes.
Gonna put a chem charge there, a chem charge there, and get some fires going. I'll even close the distance and try to get a hive up there, because I'll have enough time for the hive to come back. Although actually, yeah, he went so far left that he went out of it. That's it. Now we have to just wait. Seeing as we have to wait, I'll give a short inspect. So yeah, that was that striker player with too many blues, and a single companion. It's really going for that shock resistance. But yeah, sometimes as well on hard, you have players that are just actually matchmaking for hard. While the others are doing league, they are stuck on hard.
Carrying the worm. Bravo 1-6, redirect to the server cluster.
I'm very weirded out by how slow everybody else is moving. It's a little bit concerning. Like the door opens and they just don't go in. A little bit of a frame drop there. I'm hoping that wasn't any real issue.
System curtailed. System restored.
So after this room is the boss room for the servers, and I might actually swap to a red build as well. I'll not be as useful as this build because it's basically a completely disrupted room, and yeah, I'm not going to be able to. One thing I could have done actually is to go technician and just go for the Faraday effect.
Position to intercept.
I would put my hive basically down underneath me and just use my fire cams only. But I didn't have the foresight to do that. So what I'll do here is, yeah, I'll take a Gen 2. Actually, that's a Gen 3. High-end red. And I'm hoping they don't go for just looting, because we're very much on a decent time. I also just want to get it done. But also the loot is all scaled too. Like there is, yeah, the resources and stuff, but you can get more resources some other way. We'll just start a timer here and have to wait for them. And that's just on League, just better to not do that. That player really needs to take a step back. Luckily, he accidentally did, because otherwise he was outside of the zone. And yeah, we basically at this point have no way of dealing with Hollywood outside of those seekers and stuff, but I'm also pretty fine with that. We'll just out-damage it. Actually, I'll go for the button. They won't go for the button. I should be aware of that. As usually I take the outside route. Someone else usually goes for the button here. But if I'm already expecting nobody else to I need something to that'll be fine. I should actually grab something to have an explosive, but it'll be fine. I'm gonna chain him so that he's stuck in an animation for a second. I'm trying to go for the quick kill, but with that effect on him, I likely won't. But I can keep going for it until I get it. And that's the right way of dealing with this boss, is just not have it be a real fight. I'm gonna go set myself up over here, so if it's one of these two, then I can shoot it.
System restored.
Okay, okay, it's on hard, of course. We only get 2. Or my allies did do a good job of destroying all of them. But I'll stay this build as well, because it'll be the useful thing to do against Marauder, especially.
Serious trouble. Error. Data corrupted.
That doesn't sound good. That EMP.
So here on the Marauder, I'm just gonna fire a little bit on it until he starts to fall back. And once he does, as you can double kill him, which is something that we often do on Heroic. You have to destroy his engine, and you can kill him here and also in his boss arena. But here I very much don't want to actually damage any of his engines. I just want him to fall back. So once he does start to fall back, I just let him go. Also, actually, I want to be a striker here. Extra damage will help quite a bit. I just want to have... that's Coyote as well. Yeah, as a chest striker, if I had the time, I would make it the obliterate striker, but also I'll just stack up to levels that'll work, especially with these enemies having Guardian. That'll help actually with the stacking part of this. And I very much want to be up on that platform, so I'm a lot closer to the boss. But I'll take the long way, deal with this guy. It actually was a downside that my allies were helping me with him. Because yeah, I just want to stack as much as high as I can here. Because once the Marauder comes out, I want to have basically full stacks, which I'm not at, but and very much want to go for the engines. He's gonna do his buggy thing, isn't he? But no, yep. Once he's dead, we can interact here. That'll start spawning the last few waves.
Great job. I'm pulling up the recently.
And yeah, the chest striker really helps with just destroying that thing. Because also he's not going to have the Hollywood effect on him, so makes that a lot easier. You have that beeping from the timer always, which is very annoying, but yeah, it's not even like something we have an influence on. It's just you have to kill everything. Kind of have to defend that thing, but also if they reach up to that point, then a lot has to have gone wrong by that point. Yeah, there we got actually a decent-ish time, I feel. I'm gonna give them a GG see around, and I'm gonna drop group and go to New York and matchmake for that last one. So we'll first have to go to DC because you always fast get out of here the way that you came into here.
Safe area detected.
Also, yeah, a little bit of hydration. And just gonna see if I had gotten anything, which just one piece. And yeah, just doing those 3 missions, which is around a half hour if I just go by stream length so far. Then yeah, that's 7 levels in a half hour. That's I mean, there are much faster ways, but this one is also I find it enjoyable as long as I don't do too much of it. So yeah, we need to go to New York and matchmake for Pathway on Challenging. And for Pathway on Challenging, I'll trying to think, because yeah, the Hive will not reach across with a lot of fights. So I might go the mortar route. It kind of depends. It depends a little bit on the team. But I'll start definitely as the... And also, we have like 25 minutes, so my goal of getting just the stage 10 is not going to be an issue, though.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Accept that. So I'm briefly just gonna uninvisible myself on Discord.
Protected hostiles detected.
Yeah, they've gotten here in 5 minutes, which is not great, but not bad either. Although, yeah, them dying kind of isn't great. They should hold. They're not. If they held, because I would have gotten to them.
Detected heavy ammunition.
I do need to get them up, so I'll just take that time.
Rogue shock trap.
But yeah, this is on target for being
Hostile shock
stage
trap
10.
detected.
Although Fog of War is active, I was quite weirded out of like, why didn't I see that guy coming? But yeah, I don't have a minimap. Oh, good. And yeah, those having directives on is a very bad choice for these kinds of things, because the only thing that really happens is that you get 25% more for the mission completion. But we're on challenging difficulty. 25% of the mission completion is barely anything, especially against
Isaac's picking up a lot of vibrations.
the full level that we'll get just from getting stage 10. Like,
Must be getting close to their drill.
especially Fog of War is just at parts it's going to make it harder to spot where stuff is. Now this mission is quite set. so it's not a big issue here. But there are missions where, yeah, you get surrounded quite easily with fog of war. I'm just gonna push through and be, a rusher. Is there? There's a timer running because yeah, these guys will all die. The only thing that really will survive is the elites in that way, which of course, yeah, it's unchallenging, so it's not the same waves that I'm expecting. Because yeah, usually on heroic, there's always few elites with that way. Oh, that third one wasn't intended. I will grab shock rounds on my, and that's especially for the Kajika fight. I'm going to save them all the way up to them. Just gonna send that up there,
Assistance needed.
and that should spread. And hopefully it's going to be fast enough. We have an enemy all the way back there that we did not kill and fell back. I'll go get him. And yeah, they're on a sliver. They're literally as close to death as they could have been without actually dying, so that sucked. But again, my goal is stage 25 without getting frustrated. That's also one of the goals.
We're never gonna reach the target.
Another agent is now in your
Yeah, very much more than in Guardians, you can actually just power your way through. Because for instance there, I didn't do anything to take away the Hollywood effect. So we just killed them basically with fire and stuff. Of course, it took us basically close to, well, basically twice as long. Yes. I'm not completely certain if it's just half reduction to half of damage, but I believe it is.
I should do the trick.
At least that's what I remember somewhat. Gonna go over here, toss my hive over here. Oh, I'm outside of the gather. Ah, fuck. They were so close to me that I was expecting them to just have been in the gather, so I was weirded out. Usually because we need to be in the zone. But usually everybody's so close together that when you jump down, everybody is in that zone. But yeah, I very much want these shock rounds.
Well, the fuel's on the move.
Because that was the reason I came over there. And also, yeah, to put my hive down, it'll help deal with that wave. Basically, that wave is close to deleted, likely.
detected. Heavy munitions.
Because yeah, the second part of it will spawn in a second. And then they spawn back here. Gonna put the chem charges down already. And I'll ignite when they jump in. Because usually when they jump in there, that enemy is also coming up at the same time. It usually times out exactly like that. Gonna put my, actually yeah, I'll do that. I'll put my hive on that end to get the effect off of that heavy, and then I'll crossbow this other one. And actually somebody did something to him as well to take it off. Might have been a Merciless or a Ravenous. Now we get a random exotic. Because yeah, it that very much is not a targeted of this zone, so it's a full random one. And I'll go in a second look what it is. But yeah, this fight's basically over. I'm gonna go start putting some charges on my hive again. Still have one random, yeah. Sweet dreams. That's just going to be turned into exotic components. Because yeah, it's also not going to be useful to share it in any way really there.
Protected hostile restored.
That's weird that that voice line played, because that usually means that something is still alive. But maybe it is basically above us somewhere. Well, actually, everything in the game world should be despawned, because all 4 players are in here. Yeah, just beelining it. Now, so usually here I would swap to a blind the Firefly and blind these heavies here, but instead of that I'll just toss my hive in that whole group, and especially get the heavies to be hit by it. There's 2 heavies here. And I'm just gonna rush up, try to get both of them in it, and I'll send the fire cam up there to deal with him. And I'll CC a little bit, but these guys should die pretty quickly. There's some decent damage dealers on the team. And yeah, that hive is just, with its explosive hit, is removing the protection. Oh, hello. that was funny. He almost made a valiant escape. I'm gonna try to get one aimed correctly. There we go. So one of the things over there is what I aim for is always there's that shield against the railing there. It's always there. And that's actually a really good target to aim for because it bounces it to the ground right away. Because it's at a little bit of an angle. Just like a minor optimization. Although in Heroic it's quite useful because yeah, it gets that wave back there. Also, this guy is actually called Striker. And he was actually running a Striker, so...
You made your choice. Now you have to face
Truth in advertising.
Take that bastard down, Agent.
I'm gonna put a flame grenade there because
Incoming hostile.
sometimes these guys run weird routes. And that way I can kind of guarantee that I get a fire going, I would say, but almost didn't in the end.
Kajika's trying to get a reaction out of you. Don't give him the satisfaction.
Should have gone for a refire there, but I didn't. I'm gonna get a shot going actually, but didn't really make a good effort at it. I could toss my hive across for a few of these guys, but I actually want to save it for an upcoming wave so that it's actually fully charged for that part. So I'm not using it at all here. That red's gonna be annoying, but also should be fine. So yeah, here is where I grabbed the shock rounds for. Something is still alive. Oh. There's it. Kajika jumps down here, and then wherever he jumps down, well, usually he jumps down from the balcony, but as soon as he gets in a point where he's kind of hittable by my allies, which is not back there. And yeah, my canister was still there. I'm hoping that it'll push out a little bit. He usually does. But also my allies could have just moved at some point. So I'll try to just keep him there. So whenever he goes out of shock, I'll re-shock him.
Hostile protection restored.
And I'll add a fire to it as well. I'll just get these two. Once he's at like 10% armor, you can already start going.
Steam detected. Visuals.
He might take a second still to
Get away from that
despawn, but
Finish him off.
Water valve detected.
I'm gonna send one over there. They spawn down there, so they jump down in a second into it. And then I'm aiming like this just to... Whenever this goes red, I know that they're in it. And once one thing starts burning there, it usually spreads. And my hive, this is the reason I saved it. I'm gonna toss it through that window into that room where they all spawn. And that should likely take care of basically all of the spawns up there. As they spawn in, basically they're completely destroyed by it. And that's mostly also down to... so that'll likely be a heavy. Because yeah, that's the only thing that will survive. But yeah, a crossbow to the chest takes away Hollywood and breaks the chest. So quite nice. I saw a different enemy in the background there. And this is the downside of Fog of War. I can't be certain. Like, there is a long-range enemy there. Also, he's done already.
You picked the wrong side, Agent.
And also using minigun on it. Named is not advised. Even on challenging.
He's trying to trap you. Get away from that steam and finish him off.
Oh, hey, Selby. Yeah. I mean, if you're interested in doing the league, I'm on account number 1, so I still have. I would be willing to do the other one. Them shaking the world very much made that much harder. Not, but I still got a fire off of him.
Removed.
Gonna see if I can land it.
Detected.
He's already basically at the threshold where actually wasn't. I was hoping he would already be eliminating himself. This is actually pretty long for this mission at 17 minutes, but also yeah, that's with Hollywood as well, of course.
Rose, are you getting a signal?
Not a damn thing.
Shit. He must have been holed up in here for a while. Find where he was hiding and search for clues.
Rogue agent deceased.
And that's the trigger point for mission completion.
He really knew how to cover his
Although
tracks.
it takes a little bit. 18 minutes is pretty slow for this.
Haven and end his vendetta.
Yeah, reassign chest there. And,
Well done.
oh, he swapped actually. He's no longer true to his name. And yeah, this you would expect better from 1K. Oh yeah, we didn't grab it. Yeah, that of course. I'm gonna just give him a GG, see you around, and drop them.
You.
Yeah, Selby, if you're interested, I would be okay doing another run of the leads with a competent person alongside as well, and get them done on both accounts. Just gonna briefly also check is Daida online as well? No. Gonna take this character and do the cleanup of the caches. The weather is very much moving towards rain.
That was a great trip.
Yeah, it's gonna make it nice and extra humid, even more so. Okay, so yeah, let me know when you're done there, and I don't mind doing a few more. Just briefly gonna check how many of the other stars I still need and how many. I'll have a brief look in here if there's any. Some melees, some specializations. Oh, actually, I should toss more grenades. Okay. Yeah, and those the ones for Hollywood, the challenges, usually they just really require you to have either a decent mortar build or maybe a hardwired build, either or. And they're not too hard to get through. They just take a little bit. Just gonna check if there's no keepers, and there aren't. Actually, Selby, are you doing them with the global event or without? Because if you're doing them without, I might actually join you and do them on this account. And then I'll just get those other league ones in the meantime, the disrupts and the confusions. And briefly, I'll also just check what the targets are for this week, for today. So hop on over as well to White House, which I much more prefer than Haven.
Safe area detected.
Let's brief look at the targeted, especially if Yuzina is on a decent zone or a decent mission, because yeah, that white whale is still very much out there, and from hell's depth I stab at thee. Yeah. But yeah, that has been very much the closer with Christian's crit damage has been very much an item I've been farming way too much for and not having any luck. I'm waiting for you there, Selby. I'm just gonna go do a few. Actually, I'm gonna swap characters briefly, and I'm gonna go grab a few bounties if I can from a zone. So later on, I want to mess around with that. Ah, okay. Yeah. Actually, I'll just join on this account. But yeah, I'll once I'm loaded in, I'll hop on you. Also, if you want, we can put it on a call as well, if you're okay with that. If you are just call me, then I'll accept it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Hello.
Right.
Yeah, hello there, Selby.
I tell you what, you sound different when it's not on stream.
Do I? Okay. Yeah, I mean, quality-wise, it's
It is like the sound sounds richer in here than on stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I specifically take out a little bit of the lows on stream. It's my voice is a little bit boomy otherwise.
That probably explains them.
Subwoofers from people's houses don't like that much. I'll hop on you actually, and
yeah, I'm just gonna disassemble these caches while I'm stood here.
Yeah, you just hopping into the league, or
I've just been away at a conference for the past 3 days, so I need to catch up.
ah, okay.
I've basically logged in. I'm like, oh, I need to finish off Hollywood. Need to finish off the league.
Well, I mean, Hollywood
Do the
still.
engagement at some point.
So keeping up
What
with
else have we got?
cleaning list. What are you running actually at the moment?
I've just got a red on with a couple of things that I'm trying to get proficiency
okay.
in, pretty much.
Okay. I'll run Eclipse then.
Alright, where else have we got to go?
So Federal, Pentagon, and then because you did Bank already, right?
Yeah.
So Federal.
Yeah, why not?
Also briefly
Changing the mission mode.
take a sip. Also, briefly just gonna check one thing, so let me know when you're ready.
Looks like there's a named group just in the middle as well.
Yeah.
If you want to hit that.
We can if you want to. But 1 second, just check. Actually, let's check that. Oh yeah, 5 directors on.
I was going to say, do you want them all taken off?
Usually I prefer without directors, because also it only applies to that ends bonus. At least for down there. We can go hit the name group.
Detected protected hostiles.
Easy targeted. I'll use my hive here, and then
Yeah, I don't even know what target it is for here, if I'm honest.
I have no idea either. But loot resources.
I do enjoy me some resources.
There's, that's not the weapon. And aggroed something else as well, so...
Yeah, there's also something to our left.
Okay, yeah, let's just bug out. Oh yeah, that's it.
That's ARs. I keep forgetting that I play with that ammo directive on.
Actually, so I found that the St. Elmo is actually pretty good for that one as well. It
you get the ammo back when you get the shock rounds.
yeah, when you get the shock rounds, it's basically it doesn't take from your ammo pool. So it basically makes it as if it's ammo pool wise like one of the AKs or something, basically.
Yeah.
I don't want to use a charge here, so that's why I'm just pelting it a little bit. But yeah, before we're in the mission, it's gonna eat up my hive otherwise, and I really want to have that for that wave there.
Yeah, we'll just leave that other enemies fighting one of the NPCs.
Did you solo bank or did you just matchmake?
I just match made into it.
Okay.
The group that was already on the
Yeah,
like,
because here as well we could just matchmake and carry 2 others.
yeah, we'll do that.
Unless you're really after time.
Let's go.
We need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the main...
Didn't take long for that, did it?
Yeah, pretty busy. But I'm surprised by that actually. Usually also, of course, the global event split the player base. Just in a literal sense. I'm gonna, yeah, I'm hoping you guys get that one. I want to reach up there.
Detected. Heavy ammunition. Another agent is now in your group.
The only time you see the underground heavy.
Yeah. I mean, this is really the only...
Clan invite received.
Gotta... Somebody took the time there to do a clan invite on me, which, I mean, good luck with that. At least I'm assuming it's not you. I didn't see you stop, so...
No, it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I know better than that.
Yeah, people see no tag and they go like, oh, they must. They must.
I mean, you've got no reason to need it now. I need to go on Bender this week, though, because it was, what did it have in? Equilibrium, I think. So I just went and picked up, like, 4 of them to finish off that proficiency.
No, for those kind of things, it's gonna be handy. But I do wanna... But yeah, I've been working around some ideas. There's another Eclipse in this group, and although the downside is I saw him ignite his chems with his pistol, which makes me hesitant to swap. Yeah, I mean that's an obvious issue, right? But also he doesn't have explosives, so but I think. I might swap to a mortar and help that way. You're also gonna just move that one now. But to do that, I need to not use any charges. So I'm just gonna let him do all the work. I'll just Scorpio along.
Yeah, we should be alright.
Yeah.
We're through like 80% of the waves already.
Yeah. Because yeah, once I'm like full on stuff, I will...
Human remains detected. Identified as...
Oh, actually,
agents.
There's no way the outcast could
God, I haven't actually swapped characters. So. Or I haven't swapped account.
Oh, yeah.
Heavy ammunition detected.
I was expecting to be on that character, which has basically all the ones. But I'm trying to remember. This character does have some form of explosive, I remember. But it might be a red, or it might be an FI, half healer, half skill damage with mortar.
Detected. Great.
Which
You
is
can use the computer to
weird.
synchronize it with their comm system.
But that would still be more useful than 2 eclipses, I feel. So I will actually take that.
established.
Hello?
As I say, I just went for the
This is
the
Manny
good old
Tango
red
with the
build and then
division.
decided to just chuck on
Manny,
some
thank
random
God.
things
It's
to
Maya.
spice it up and get proficiency.
We couldn't get the node back online. I salvaged some equipment.
Yeah, just having an explosive skill just makes it so much, especially with Hollywood.
The way to get rid of the shield.
Yeah, so when they get hit by an explosive skill, they'll both the shield gets removed, but they also basically they have amplified damage on themselves, basically. So it does a ton of damage on that initial explosion.
Except I don't
It's basically the golden bullet for explosive builds. I should have waited longer. Oh, but also I have a healing rate. It's 60 or so. Let's see if I can sneak it. There we go.
Heavy munitions.
just on the edge of the door, just around the corner.
I had faith in you hitting that.
Oh, good, because I didn't, but luckily you did.
But yeah, I think this character's actually the one with my explosive build on.
I mean, it's a, yeah, but yeah, if you're running, especially with others, if it's basically with 4 players, especially, it's valuable to have one person basically do it. But also just the Eclipse with the Stinger Hive of the Eclipse already does pretty well.
Yeah.
But a true mortar build, of course, just like this is truly golden bullets for for them. Because the thing is also, every time you get an explosive kill, you get a grenade launcher round. So you can actually basically main the grenade launcher. I'm just grabbing some charges for the launcher. Like if you're running a mortar build, you can basically change your main gun to be...
I'm assuming there's a challenge for spec weapon kills again.
Likely. Actually, I already, I very much so. But yeah, with this one especially, so actually hitting them with spec weapon also removes the effect. Yeah, basically there even a somewhat weaker hive. Do they have? Okay, no.
I'll be getting back after this, I think.
Yeah, actually, well, just killing here will.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a long weekend. There was a free bar at the conference.
That sounds like an enjoyable time.
One round for us was £200. We had more than a single round.
Detected. Heavy munitions. Extreme heat surge.
Yeah, our guys running around and letting off all the fires, so the chungas are going to come running.
Well, here it kind of makes sense. Also, we won't likely on hard, hopefully, not have chungalinas here. I keep trying to toss out my hive, thinking it's a stinger, but of course it's not. Actually, with a boss fight, it might be a little bit useful.
Well, I'd normally have a reviver hive on, but
yeah, it's for proficiency,
especially
right?
for this, I'm just just trying to get the proficiency done.
Yeah.
I'm 22 out of 23 now, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you're basically done.
But I just wanted to be like done, so I don't have to worry about leveling anything anymore.
Until next season.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But at least then it's only like a few items you need to level.
Someone's trying to
Yeah. And at that point, usually, like, I store up a lot of resources. Everybody froze there on my screen for a second. That was scary.
Yeah, I think the resource stack is something I'm probably going to try and do.
And I mean, just watch alts. I'll set up together.
I'll play left. Hopefully the other two go right.
I'm safe for now, but I don't think they're gonna stop coming after me. I don't know what I did to make them so mad. You have to stop them.
I'll focus right a little bit. Because yeah, the mortar like just deletes like that. I mean, this is also hard.
If only I hadn't maxed my mortar proficiency already.
Let's see if I can get a sledgehammer going. And yeah, we all know what needs to happen, right? Yeah. Come and get us, Biggie. Ah, doesn't want to aim up there. Also, that's not an in-sync weapon. This is an in-sync weapon. That's not an in-sync weapon. This is an in-sync weapon.
You call that a knife?
Yeah. Oh, my mortar's out, so...
We got a healer here.
Yeah, I want a half healer.
Alright, that makes more sense.
Like the old legendary style ones. I made a FI one with mortar. Kinda worked, actually.
Yeah, I've got a lot of the old style builds still.
Yeah. I mean, all of them still work. Nothing broke about them. That hugger was like on the cusp. I'll grenade launch him to just get the effect off of him. The Eclipse should really go for all of the other things. Actually, that's shock. Your shock doesn't remove the effect, right? That's Guardian.
I'm not sure.
I'll get the Maya.
Yep. And we're ready to pull the door.
If you hadn't have shown up when you did.
Go.
That is old-fashioned teamwork.
With the equipment Maya recovered, we
Grab loot and then Pentagon, I guess.
across the entire country. And I'll send
Yeah.
to assist Maya and retrieve the fallen
Oh, wow, that is that guy should be on hard, and somewhat the other guy as well. Pestilence Eclipse, that old standard, without pile as well. But they're fine enough. But also, I'm just gonna tell the Eclipse guy
An agent is no longer.
nothing because he left.
This guy's just, yeah. He just left.
Yeah, he did. So you never know.
He's like, I'm not dealing with this.
I mean, I wasn't a fan of dealing with him either, so it's fine. It worked out both ways. But yeah, he was pistoling the
Some people just
chems.
like to be oblivious.
Some people just don't want to see the world burn.
They shoot it first.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab Eclipse again. Go that route. I just need to equip it for a second. And
accuracy.
yeah.
No, that can go.
And ADU snakes on the chat. Yeah, mortar builds are quite fun, so, and very much effective in our Hollywood. That's gonna get me on a list, isn't it? Mortars are very effective in Hollywood. Oh, you got a St. Elmo.
Yeah, I got rid of it straight away as well.
Oh, okay. So in the future, don't do that. They only come from exotic cache.
I've already got 2.
Ah, okay. I would have traded you, but for in the future. Yeah, I'm very much still looking for a few. The game doesn't want to give me any of them.
I'm just like in that mindset of, do I need it now? If not, it goes to the bin.
Yeah, I mean, that's also like the thing to do mostly, but with those, they are not in the targeted pools, so you can't just target farm ARs,
Yeah.
making it quite a bit more of a hassle. Actually, let me get the
Oh, he's in clan
resources.
invite, he's telling you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, good for you. I noticed. It was. I mean, you see,
But it was swiftly ignored.
it was. I should just type. I received your clan invite
We've got another guy from
from
this
his
guy's
clan. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing the conversation went something like, "I've just found 2 guys who are carrying me. Want to join?"
Yeah.
Ready? In fact,
Yeah. But also, we're gonna force start this. So, does it say on your screen who's ineligible?
it just says 4 started.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, GMF24 is ineligible.
Okay.
Protected hostiles identified.
Just started.
Yeah. Let's just go.
Black Tusk has been airlifting heavy drilling equipment to the center courtyard.
Got
The priority
better things
is
to do than
take
wait
out the
about.
operation and prevent them from
But
extracting
also,
whatever it is they're looking for.
wait, if he's not the Eclipse, because the Eclipse was like meh setup,
I'll do what I can to
but that other guy was very poorly set up. I always feel bad saying it, but
Sometimes people just go for like random skills with random weapons.
well, more like the gear. It was just I call those basically jumbled messes. Just if he had told me I picked up every loot piece and equipped it right away, I would believe him.
I did think that would actually be a fun like start to the SHD level run. Where basically you've just got to gear up off
Yeah, just gun game, but then yeah.
Yeah.
Double up patrols and sentries.
Yeah, some people actually do like gun game, especially with the gun side of it.
We're already behind schedule. Just get it done.
Every gun they pick up, they have to equip.
That's not great.
Especially gear-wise, it's annoying. It slows you down so much.
Removed hostile protection.
It would almost stop you getting a build.
Detected. Heavy
I mean,
munitions.
yes, but also like you don't need one. But ooh, that was a pretty bad lag spike there. They're underneath us. Yeah, this one's still on hard, so we can basically brute force our way through it. This heavy.
Yeah, alright, even my tier 0 Seeker Mine's actually doing a little bit of work with that as well.
You should be able to use
Yeah, just hitting enemies with the explosion like deals a ton. Like with any explosive. You have a preferred side
Reinforcements to the center courtyard.
with the planting?
Safe. Understood, Commander.
I'll
Go
go.
right.
Yeah, you go right. I'll go
Reach the
left.
center courtyard. Use those explosives.
Because that'll let me get the mortar or the hive underneath the spawning chopper. Tactics. Yeah.
Cooling system.
And yeah, if you can help with this as well.
Pump destroyed.
Can I? Does my hive actually reach up there? No.
Exposed.
It's okay now.
Let's go.
Drill offline.
Excellent work. Command, the
I
drill
mean, also like Headhunter, like Regulus also kind of works now. Ravenous also with its trigger point. But.
Oh yeah.
And Merciless if you're the poor man's Ravenous. Actually, once we reach the server room, I'll swap off of Eclipse because it doesn't really work at that point anymore.
Named item. That is probably a perfect focus chest. Pristine example, that's the word.
Yep.
Okay. There's an air-gapped server in the naval wing. It has a complete inventory
Thought it was
of
cabaret.
projects and assets based at the Pentagon.
It's a terrible cabaret. Terrible,
If
terrible
your access is
cabaret.
blocked by the lockdown,
I couldn't speak tonight.
It's a really bad carabiner. Yeah.
Yeah. couldn't climb very well with it.
Yeah. It's a very bad Carbine 7. It's so bad that it's a cabaret.
I don't actually think I've kept one of them for anything. I think they've all just gone in the bin.
Electronic lock detected.
So talent-wise, there is some interesting because it's a lot. It's a lot. Like enough to sort.
Talent is Big Show though.
For access codes.
No, there. Wait. Am I thinking of the wrong? No, the SMG is the perfect
Now removed.
Thunderstrike. Both of them.
Yeah, is that not what's on Big Show as well?
Yeah. But I mean, Cabaret, of course, doesn't have the downsides of the reload, so you can actually maintain a little bit of sustain. Because I think actually, I mean, some raids are doing it already. The ones that don't cheese the bosses to use shock trap as well. Curious to see actually what. Okay, he's swapped to a full glass rat. The other one, not so much. Do anything useful.
We lost contact with the atrium. Lock everything.
But also, what were they saying?
Securing the worm.
They were just
Okay.
people online, so you should join them.
Yeah.
We'll go. 1-6 on
Hit shielded
the server cluster.
hostiles with your spec weapon. Hit shielded hostiles with explosives.
Access granted.
Rikers. Burn people, eliminate cleaners, and complete invaded missions.
Oh, the burns not shared because I would feel you would have gotten
The
down.
burns aren't shared.
Okay.
I've got 0.
Detected.
Okay. Yeah. That. I mean, if you want to, because I got a bunch of stuff done just eclipsing, swap roles.
Yeah, I mean, I can do it. I'm not too fussed though. As I say, I'm just trying to get as much done for this week as I can. Well, I've got the chance. Because I'm eventually shifting the last of my stuff to my new house at some point this week.
Okay.
Might well be without the use of a computer for a few days at least.
So isn't that considered torture?
Oh yeah.
Trying to remember what the red builds on this character are.
1-6 in position to intercept.
I've got a good few.
Actually, can you get the door? I'll start swapping. No, but I mean just for... oh yeah, I have the spotter, of course. Just for this boss fight, because otherwise...
Yeah, the boss fight's not the most fun if you've got skills on. Grabbing a few of these on the way through because they're easy to get.
You got your orders. Now get to it.
No, it's just more that when the jammers start, like, you can kind of bypass it by being technician eclipse, but... don't have my hive yet. Actually, I'll let you guys run in and... load up. Also, it's in the wrong configuration because it's saved in the wrong configuration intentionally. But I'll deal with dealing 7% or something less damage. But yeah, let's also go for that quick kill on the boss. Yes, I don't, yeah. Button.
Interfacing. Connection established. Electromagnetic interference detected.
Well, if you are planning on using those
I'm very much planning on using my fancy division toys. Get in range for the Faraday. Oh, why was he active?
Oh, that's what got me. I was wondering what hit me. It was the ammo box outside.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you died? I'll get you in a second. Just need... because yeah, it's very much unsafe in here.
System curtailed.
Yeah, the ammo box was just not great. To be fair, I think I actually triggered it myself with the Seeker Mine.
Okay. Oh yeah, that one.
System disrupted.
Yeah, usually here that's why I run in right away. It's because It's absolutely, you know, that hasn't happened to me ever, of course.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, that's not why I run in and know exactly.
Happened is one of the teammates set off, and I just happened to get team damage from it. You know.
Yeah, you know, just massive police fix. Heavy in there.
Error. Data corrupted.
That doesn't sound good. That EMP must have wrecked the servers. So much for Plan A. Plan B is to take data.
Wait, we were still on plan A? I don't believe that for a second.
You can tell what level of player you're playing with by how much loot they pick up during like a mission. If it's everything,
Yeah.
probably not too advanced.
Don't break the engines with it.
All over that position once they realize you're hooked into their system.
Just so he escapes. Because it's faster just to let him escape. And then we'll kill him just here. Yeah, it is always well, I mean, build also, usually.
We've got hostiles approaching Station 4.
Usually is a giveaway.
Hold them off. I'll send in reinforcements from the hover.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, that's that also. Or why he's opening with a EMP sticky on a just a bio.
Class quadcopter detected.
This guy tends to bug out a lot, so I'm curious to see if he will today as well. There we go. I'm gonna start it.
I think the problem last time was we didn't.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, that was together, right?
Yeah, we didn't kill off the motors.
No, we got all 4 motors. I was actually, yeah, I rewatched the footage after. Because yeah, I was curious what happened there. But it seems, because I had it earlier as well, he wanted to run away when I was hitting him with Striker, with Chest Striker. It seems like if he's taking way too much single hit damages, he starts to basically back off for some reason or something.
Wonder why.
I mean, he's basically programmed to run away if once he's taking enough damage. But usually we just prevent that by taking his engines off. It might be that once he takes too much damage in one, like in a short enough time, that he starts
Yeah, possibly.
like it overrides.
Has left your group.
Oh, that's one gone.
Yeah, they won't stick around. They wanted to.
He's gone. There we go. Means we can return to Washington and then head back to New York from there. It's a shame you can't just go straight to New York.
Yeah, it's an oversight. These were added before New York existed.
It would be nice if you could just like go between the two maps without having to like fast travel to the other.
Yeah. At least for Summit and stuff, they didn't forget to also add it like that.
Yeah. I don't mind Summit. It's not too bad.
Yeah, you know me, I very much enjoy just brainlessly, mindlessly going through that one.
It's a lot better than Countdown.
I mean, both have their values. I've been doing a lot of Countdown recently just for farming towards a goddamned closer that just doesn't want to drop. Because I want to have I need a red one for a build.
Did I get one, or was it a setup? I got a crit hit chance, crit hit damage something. But don't ask me what the something was.
I mean, what's shooting us?
Apparently, we've made some friends.
Okay. That's not a Scorpio. Because yeah, I'm still equipping my... The eclipse on this character is not even an actual eclipse. It's a DZ DZ status effect though. But I have all the pieces to rebuild it.
It's like one enemy around the corner. We must just ignore him.
Well, it'll keep you in combat. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it'll keep you in combat for quite a while. Ah, there he is.
That wasn't the one who was shooting at me because it was a purple.
Yeah. Then there's even one more.
Oh no, apparently
No.
not. I'm just gonna grab the loot that's up here. What is it? My inner loot goblin. Cool. It's got a max roll. It's a black jacket with mad bomber and repair skills.
Yay.
However, that is 1/20th towards a 10th of a proficiency level.
1/16th of 1/8 of a 7th of 3%, yeah.
Exactly. And every little counts. You ready?
Yeah, let's keep going. It'll fill up.
I mean, even if it doesn't, I'm not really too fussed.
Yeah, that too. It's more always like carrying people. So many people seem to struggle with leagues in some. Well, I mean, not in some way. It's a very specific way.
Network detected.
Isaac's picking up
Because they show up with builds that belong on hard.
I don't think I've struggled to reach one of the targets yet. In fact, no.
I mean,
DARPA targets.
I mean, yeah, of course, like
Do it on heroic.
yeah, like those ones. Back then, it was an actual challenge.
Yeah, now it's just like, you know, run the mission normally, get it completed.
No, just the difficulty difference and
Is now in your group.
the time also being quite high. But I also remember there was once a federal that was also pretty tight. Heroic one.
Agent down.
Okay, don't have Hive. I got you. Hive will also take the thing off him, so
Protection removed.
kill him pretty quick. I'm gonna cross over.
Another agent has joined your group.
Yeah, running this without hives, not the nicest.
Is
thing.
it glass or is it?
Yeah, it's glass.
Ah, okay. I mean, it'll do fine. Mom is here. With
We've also got Whiskey Raider.
yeah.
Sounds like my type of guy.
I mean, don't you want a whiskey giver instead of a raider? He might take your whiskey.
I mean, I assumed it was meaning he raids when drinking whiskey.
Oh, okay, that could, yeah.
Which, that works for me.
If you choose to believe that, yeah. Then,
To be honest, I think most of my Iron Horse clears have been while intoxicated.
Make no mistake. We may have caught him off guard, but we sure as
I,
hell pay attention now. He's in
raided the drunk once and I learned a lesson.
Find out where he's heading.
I mean,
So-
we did a Dark Hours once, and Bunby spent about an hour running around in circles trying to kill an ad that was on the outside of the arena.
But yeah. I mean, if everyone's drunk, then it's okay.
I mean, I had a lot of whiskey that night.
They can like be frustrating for others if they.
According to Isaac, there's a control room nearby.
I mean, I wouldn't do it if I was
There's no way to
matchmaking.
activate the
That's like
drainage system.
cruel.
Yeah, I mean that yeah. But even like in clan, I remember. But actually, I don't remember if it was. Nah, actually, I think it was a different clan. Don't think that was in Railroad. Where yeah, some people like lost their shit at that. That's half being intoxicated and half not.
I mean, I think the only time we've ever done that has been when it's been advertised as a drunk raid.
Oh, okay, yeah, then that helps.
It's like at that point, if you're upset that people are drunk while doing it, why?
Yeah. It was clearly advertised. Gonna toss my F over there. Set him on fire once. I missed that one. Oh, chat, there's a bunch of stuff coming up. Yeah, no, focus on Kajika as well, just so till he runs away.
Protected hostile restored.
Oh, we got a heavy on the left.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Another heavy up top.
Kajika's on the run again. Finish
Oh,
up
we have two, yeah.
and stay after him.
I'd only seen the up top one actually. Both of them are removed, so.
Serious trauma detected.
Don't want to die.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Kajika retreated to the tunnel.
As a bump up to challenging, of course, now. So
He'll run out of road soon enough.
A little one.
I mean, just more health. Not scaling.
Isaac's picking up a lot of vibrations.
Careful, Agent. The cleaners are boring tunnels down here.
The cleaners are boring, Dot. Yeah.
Whiskey Raider's skill selections make me question what his build is. Fix a drone.
I mean,
it seems like
you're one to talk.
Whoa. I think you'll find Striker Shield. In fact, it is Striker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is Striker.
Shield and, Explosive Mine is the meta.
The mata.
With a glass red build.
Watch yourself, Agent. This tunnel is falling apart.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Okay. I was afraid I would blown this thing up, but luckily I still get my shock rounds. That was a little bit to the left.
Find a way to destroy that drill. We can't let the cleaners reach Haven.
We're running low on oil.
She's in danger herself, and suddenly stuff becomes important.
Detected.
We need to get this drill out of operation. Rhodes, any ideas? Giant drills.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Okay, Agent. Isaac's picking up a crane, a fuck ton of oil.
Everyone's gonna... Yeah, actually, I'm curious now what they are also running.
But if you can access the controls and drop the fuel supply,
You got the button?
that drill head, that should do
Yep.
the trick.
So I'm gonna go for the shock rounds.
You're gonna need to deal with those.
And leave my
cleaners
hive behind.
on the move.
He's got a... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Undescribable.
Heavy ammunition.
Well, it was like
detected.
one piece Badger, one piece Fenris, two piece Providence, no, three piece Providence, with a Badger Tough chest. All with like blue and red rolls on it.
You have managed to actually lose me, which was quite interesting for a second. But
I mean, three piece Providence, I'm assuming like crit?
oh, okay, he's just running. He's running that perfect chest for expertise, proficiency. Like that's my instant guess. Just didn't look at it much, but.
Removed.
To be fair, I did run a ferocious comp for a time, just to level up the expertise.
Because these things are pretty good for that as well, just because you're doing like not important stuff anyway, and there's a lot of kills happening. Because actually, if you really want to farm it hard, like actually stuff like Warlord runs are actually pretty good for that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, I noticed that doing Warlords was leveling me pretty quickly through it.
Yeah. Because you're killing so much more, but per kill, it's the same amount. It's the same amount across all difficulties. But normally, of course, you're getting less kills as well on normal missions.
Personal kills only that count? Or
No, all group kills.
Yeah.
It's you also see it pop up basically to the left of your head. Whenever you see that's plus
Yeah.
like 2400 for elites and stuff.
Got loot up here.
Because that's also why countdown is so good. It's mostly kills.
Make sure that drill is out of commission.
Yeah, he's just running that chest for.
Good job taking out that.
I mean,
Although he took the time to recal. All right, he's maybe running that in a different build because he took the time to recalibrate hazard protection on it.
There would have been nothing left.
That's a bit weird.
Now get back to Kajika. Isaac's
yeah, I'm not a fan of
in the tunnels
all
up
of the
ahead.
kind of force closes in Countdown.
Sorry, what?
And I'm not a fan of all the force closes in Countdown. Like whenever the game just crashes.
Oh, crashes. Forced closes. Okay.
Taking out that drill was a start.
And
I don't know about you, but I
also
don't wanna be looking
some
over
of the builds you
So
see.
actually, countdown. I don't know if you've tried it more recently, but so I've done
No pressure, Agent.
a ton of countdown. Like a week ago, I had 2 crashes in one session, and for the rest, like no crashes at all. Like they've worked decently hard on it. Also, you basically don't get, you know, how you would always land on like Asia server and stuff. I only sometimes, like if I do it very late at night, I'll land on US East. So it basically is like they've very much improved that matchmaking.
Oh, good.
And that's also like
Restored.
has fixed a lot of the crashes because a lot of them were network related. So yeah, nowadays it's not. It's pretty doable.
Keep on going.
Guess the cleaners have more control over this city than we thought.
I mean, there's not really much loot that I need.
With that drill,
Yeah, that's usually the thing. Like it's very good for loot, and like
You're
I'm
right.
the only
I'm
thing
going after that closer, so it made it. Although actually, I also went like for a day. I went to zone instead. Like it was on a zone, so I took that. Luckily, he
Nice when you find like the loot that you want somewhere good, like you know, when you get
Yeah,
like,
Lincoln.
ARs and, like,
Yeah.
Royal or something.
or just like
Rather than
it's
leveling
variety.
I normally just run that non-stop.
Yeah, I've also been for it. I'm like hoping for. She also put it in the video I released today. Actually, I don't think I've shown you guys it ever. The bounty trick of a character that hasn't done any of their side missions.
You made your choice. Now you
I'm assuming that means they can only spawn the bounty in like one place per area.
Yeah, and there's one place where in West or from West End where it spawns in
Hostile communication.
because yeah, I knew that one basically before I
You could have joined
joined you guys.
but instead you chose to serve the traitors who left us for dead.
I mean, I know that bounties are normally pretty decent for XP.
Yeah, but now especially because all of those hostage rescue farming has become the old convoy farming, although not to the same level. It's not as good, but
Balanced in terms of like
oh, very much so.
input versus output.
Yeah.
Convoy farming was stupid.
Well, actually, now I would say convoys are a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, I'd probably be tempted to agree with you on that one.
Because like they reduced their amount and they took away that it's double. Because that was the big thing of they gave double XP. That was.
Removed
Have a
hostile
shot, yeah.
protection.
Once he jumps down, I'll keep him shocked. Or well, he's going a different route. Do you have a shot?
I do not have a shock.
A shot. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. No, because then I'll keep shocking him.
Protected hostile restored.
Shame we can't kill him then.
this is the end for you, Agent.
I mean, they want to have an end fight.
Steam detected. Visuals compromised.
You know, storytelling in gameplay.
Water valve detected.
Agent, try to lower the water.
I'll catch that wave. Yeah, like places like here with Hollywood where they like spawn into the hive here.
It makes it a lot easier for you.
Well, I mean, like it'll delete this wave because also all of the explosion, they're like regular explosions. They like everything that is in range to each other will basically hurt each other. Heavy's coming up the left side. All crossbow. Okay. I don't have a shot. Oh, he's not on the balcony. He's behind it.
There we go.
You picked the wrong side, Agent.
Protected hostile.
The difference a decent team can make. My previous run was 18 minutes, which is like a slow one.
I mean, to be fair, this isn't. I wouldn't even say this is a particularly good run. I wouldn't say this is a particularly good run.
No, but like even like, I mean, also Hollywood. Hollywood is eating up a lot of.
Yeah.
There's a reason you don't. That people don't speedrun without golden bullet as the. I love that voice line of his. He barely uses it. Surprise, motherfucker.
Looks like I'm gonna have to finish you off myself.
Oh yeah, good luck with that.
Agent deceased.
With finishing us off.
Dynasty.
Rhodes, are you getting a signal?
You're welcome for the exotic component.
Shit. He must have been holed up in here for a while.
We do enjoy a nice exotic
Find where he was
component.
hiding and search
Yeah.
for clues.
But yeah, I think the best thing about running this with Hollywood on is just doubling up on the
Cheapest
progress.
targets.
Because for each one,
Yeah, exactly.
Because you get 10 70Ks.
And I mean, yeah, you get a star as well out of it.
To take down Haven
Yeah.
and end his vendetta.
You made a big difference here today, Agent. Well done.
That was a 1554.
Not bad.
Actually, I'm curious to see what in comparison. Yeah, this is the second week of leagues. Because yeah, we did all of it last week together, right? Yeah, it died as well.
Is no longer in your group.
So actually, we were slower on Federal. Actually, 7 seconds on Bank Headquarters fast or slower.
You did bank this week yourself.
No, I was comparing last or. No, but the time or oh yeah, we didn't do it together. Yeah.
The joys of having a character that's got 0 space as well.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Gonna jump over to Haven.
Disassemble it. Yeah.
You can't disassemble what?
You can't disassemble straight from the caches.
Oh yeah, yeah. They really should just like add sliders to that thing, or even that you had the option that it just drops on the floor instead of going to inventory.
Yeah, it would also be nice.
Yeah. But also just having a slider of just open this many caches, same kind of like they added to the watch.
Many caches and deconstruct.
Yeah, and if it like drops it on the floor, then you can just deconstruct on the floor.
It's probably the limit of like, can't you only have 5 items on the floor in one?
No. You can. But it's sharing, but you can have like. Because usually I pop all my caches, like 20 caches, like I fill up my inventory and then just pop them all and then it all goes on the floor.
Yeah.
You can have infinite base. Well, you can have a lot, let's say it that way. Because especially in PTS, like when you open the item cache of that,
Yeah.
like it drops 100 items or so on the ground. What are you interested in running?
I don't know. What you fancy?
Because you wanted to do some of the season stuff, right? That would be, or from the event stuff, right?
Yeah, we can do some of the Hollywood stuff if that's what you want to do. I think one of them's an invaded mission.
Yeah, exactly. Could go talk to some invaded people.
Could go and
Yeah,
destroy
and
some invaded people very quickly.
yeah. Also, if you want, you can take Eclipse and then get the fire done. I think this likely won't bleed, but that's usually on day 4.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look at the challenges we've got and see what can get done. Damage shielded hostiles with thrown grenade explosions or EMPs. So that's a EMP sticky, possibly?
No. That EMP, they specifically mean the grenade. So that's just grenades. But the flame grenade is the best one. You just toss it, and everything that walks into it counts. So that one, with a survivalist Eclipse, just toss grenades at all the doors you get as well. But actually, let me swap characters. I'm gonna.
I tell you what, there's one to eliminate 50 Rikers.
Yeah, we should just maybe go to a CP of theirs.
Rikers mission while we're here.
Yeah, we could. I'm gonna just swap character to one that also has hardware seekers.
Yeah.
As an option. But yeah, if you go Eclipse, I'll go that one, and then those two pair well together.
Yeah. I should have really upgraded this this build to have an electric piece in it. It's still got the god roll goal and holster.
I mean, if you have a god roll goal also, then I mean, is it the actual like drop god roll or optimized?
It's the one I've optimized.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, that's just the optimized easier then. But yeah, I mean, they work the same. Like the only reason I swapped out is just for build pictures.
Yeah.
There is literally no reason to.
Tombs is Rikers, isn't it?
Tombs is Rikers, but that one's going to be really annoying with the global event. I would recommend.
Just because it had gear system mods on it, that's why I was like,
Oh, okay. Or yeah, because the other one's so cool off. Yeah, if you're interested, we could do that. But it's best maybe if you can, if it's okay, drop cool skills and maybe also the ammo one, because otherwise when you swap builds and stuff, it like right now it like messed up. I couldn't load the thing correctly. Had to wait out a cooldown.
Fog of War and Rages because they don't really do much.
Yeah. So.
Especially not when Rages is on, because it shows you where the enemies are, so Fog of War doesn't really make any difference then.
Yeah, very, very much agree to that. So. Yeah, let's also matchmake. Maybe we get a red together with us. I'm gonna Tombs right, jump over there.
Yeah, but it's just changing the global setting, so it's gonna pull you back
Oh,
out.
okay. Then, well, I mean, it's gonna put me at the safe house there. Then, actually, might put me at the mission entrance here. Depends.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Actually, I'll put me in the safe house.
Yeah. I've just watched you get dragged across the safe house of the
Whoop. Sir, please go to the safe house. It is safe there. If you give me 1 second as well, as I briefly want to check one thing.
Yep.
As to see, because I.
How many barrel caches have I got to open while you're doing that? Oh, a lot less than I thought I was going to.
Oh, bunch of stuff actually. Yeah, no, I just released a video basically when the stream went live. Just wanted to check how it's doing, and there's a bunch of comments, but I'll look at all of that after the stream. But it's doing okay, which I was hoping for as well.
Yeah, I was telling someone in the clan about the build thing that you made on.
Yeah, the Google Drive. Yeah.
Yeah. And they were like, "Oh, I already know the guy. He did like a video on tech tanks." I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. But you know that like I do also like YouTube stuff, right? Or no?
Yeah, I know now, but at the time I didn't.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Tech Tank Master, that one's done pretty well. I mean, for my doing. For, you know, person. I'm in combat, I think. Yeah.
There's something through there.
Yeah, there's also something behind us. Oh, they're coming already. I'm gonna toss my seeker out there. Actually, let's not go mission boundary yet.
UAV's going out.
Actually, we could go actually. Shall we? Because my hive's in spot for getting this
And it
first
looks
one.
like it's coming from the tombs. Hopefully he'll still be there. At the very least, we'll be able to find some of his equipment.
I'll sit in on this one, in case you need some support.
Alright, double hive's actually quite a nice play for that.
Weird shit this kid's been
I
up.
mean, the EMP pulse will just
Rogue
delete
striker
them.
drone detected.
But especially yeah, for Hollywood, like,
Hostile striker
yeah.
drone detected.
Although I'm hoping we get a red, unless, or I'll swap as well if we have to, if we reach a, because heavy's gonna be. So yeah, let's see how long it takes us to go through this bastard. Oh yeah, also, how do you feel about being supercharged?
I'm not against it.
Yeah, so you are, so. You just watch out, I'll call it out though, but just your range on your size of your cam. And a random mantis, but, that's gonna get trashed. Well, I mean, gonna. One of the sketches I did a April's Fools video kind of thing, which was basically just all a few short sketches, one long sketch and a few short ones. And one of the ones I was thinking of doing, you know, this like there's also an English version of it, but like people come to like an appraiser kind of thing at like secondhand market. And they get their stuff appraised. Like it's very popular in my country.
Heavy munitions.
But I was gonna do that with basically just people coming as if they're coming to a character and just like, oh, I have a chameleon. Oh, yeah, this is worth one exotic component. And just doing that with basically pestilence and
With any.
yeah, and then just on Imperial Dynasty going, oh no, this one's worth one. We seem to have picked up 2 red builds. Oh, it's an Eclipse with reds and Shocker and stuff, and 1 Striker. That's all we need. We're good. Did you get the body?
I've not got the body yet.
Okay.
Human
Oh,
remains
I was just
detected.
getting set up.
Okay.
Analyzing data.
Yeah, just watch out up there for that thing. I'll blow them.
Rogue agent deceased.
This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, as long as that Striker kills all of these heavies, we'll be good. Gonna get another one.
Heavy ammunition detected.
I did just too early. Which is cool. Oh, I got another supercharge by the way. Enjoy.
Do enjoy myself when I supercharge.
I was messing about with this build a little bit again. I hadn't used it since mostly like I did a build showcase on it and then didn't use it for a while again. Well, it is actually really a build I really like.
Detected.
Watch out for that one. Support's coming. Or attempting to.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite place to play on this mission.
Yeah. I always also go up there if I can. But yeah, usually if someone's up there, I'll just let them have it. So
This kid changed
briefly,
his facial
bring this back
recognition
up.
record on this shade database. I fixed the exploit. Shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Heavy ammunition detected.
That should get most of the rest.
you like a challenge,
Questioning
right?
how red our red builds are.
If you push it, I'll give you a present.
Well, only one of them. That's right.
Ah.
I'll put my hive at the end. If you put your hive on the left, that'll leave only the drones on the right. So put it like by that door.
Yeah, I'm just waiting until I get a couple more charges.
Ah, okay. I was full.
Or alternatively, I'll just drop it now.
Yeah, as many charges as you have. It'll
Striker
just
drone detected.
take it.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Seeing as we have two anyway. It saves you the hassle of swapping.
Ah, you're no fun.
Hostile protection now removed.
Oh, that didn't reach?
Heavy ammunition. Serious trauma detected.
Oh, these challengers doing well. Doing this.
Agent down.
You should have me. I'm glass, so I shouldn't run around as much as I do.
Hostile protection restored.
It's just as out of range. With just one red up, you would feel, or just one enemy up, you would feel that that red should, you know, insta-geep. Oh, what's alive still? Oh.
Down here?
Detected.
I mean, they can. They can just fly down. But yeah, they go down and then come back up the stairs usually. Yeah, if you put your hive on the right side, I'll take the left side.
Parnell can create holograms of himself?
One of those fuckers is more than enough.
Lots of flame rounds. Heavy on the left.
That's the right gets eliminated.
Detected.
I'll give it a supercharge here for this upcoming wave.
Restored.
Oh, are we? Oh, no. Okay. I was about to say, we should have one more wave. And bye! Overcharged Seekers. Those are still good. Even if the normal ones are not what they once were. Did you actually play in year one, Sylvie?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Since the game came out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a like stories are always just all melting together. Like who? So, but yeah, you remember them the old Hardwired.
Yeah.
The
Records and there's evidence of institutional
which basically was Eclipse. What Eclipse is now.
is insulated from Washington and its political.
That old one.
We should be working together.
Oh, they're going in right away. Also, I'm just gonna wait for you. This guy is the non-build one.
Heavy ammunition detected. Protected hostile restored.
Now the striker arrives and they should die right away. They should die right away. I'm curious now why it's struggling like that.
Full yellow striker.
Well, no, yeah, but he does have a cost on his back.
He's in the security room at the top of the building.
Which, oh wait, 12 crits. Are you full up on 12 crits?
I mean, I've got a fair amount of them. I wouldn't say I'm full though.
No. Oh, I mean, would you want it or? I mean, you know my system. I can always use more 12s, but I'd be willing to give it up.
You might as well keep it.
Yeah, sure.
I think I'm up to like 6 now, so.
Is there how many characters do you really run? 1 or?
I run 3 of them at the minute.
Ah,
But
okay. Oh, you can have that.
I don't really care about having 12 crits on them. Like, I'm happy with 11.9s on those for the minute. I've only just started kind of max out this one. How am I getting on with the grenades?
Let me just answer a question from the chat. Actually, yeah, I did see a few munes in there as well. I'm not sure. Oh, actually, it's the bleeds. It's the bleeds on the drones. That's those.
Terminal detected.
If it was in that fight, if it was somewhere else, because yeah, there the bleed isn't applying, of course. Why didn't he die to my hat? Because he was in range. Oh, oh.
That agent needs assistance.
Oh dear.
That works too. I'll wait for you to get him up.
Bypassing security protocols.
I'll stay in the
All right,
thingy.
Rhodes. Show us what you got.
I'm on it, Kelso. Should have this nut cracked in no time, thanks to Isaac. You really don't deserve this kind of power.
Removed hostile protection. Detected.
When the next wave is about to spawn, I'll supercharge here. So yeah, make sure to get a fire going.
Yeah, all the ones on the left are on fire.
Hostile protection restored.
So yeah, watch out for those guys on the right in a second.
Yep.
Detected.
Ah,
Heavy munitions.
in a second, I will have to change my battery on the cam.
You've got a wireless camera. You've not got a wireless. No, a wired one.
It's a DSLR going into a capture card, which is not really the way you should do it, but that's what I had available. So
Files found. 1.
it's mostly built around
Audio files.
stuff that I have.
You want my research?
That's
Sorry, but you didn't say the magic word.
No, I mean it saves on spending anything.
Then we need to get moving and get a hold of Parnell.
I'll grenade launcher him here. If you can open the door. Oh, actually, you did that.
Striker
Just double check.
detected.
No, that's fine.
Almost done with the nades, then it's explosive skills.
Hostile radio
Actually,
intercepted.
curious to see if those nades are shared.
Please tell me you left your radio on. I'm
I
here.
don't think they will be.
You still
Yeah,
got
no.
this under control, right?
Because yeah, you got a bunch there, I saw.
I'm on my way to you now.
Yeah, I'm up to 29 of them.
Get ready.
Yeah, I have 2, and that's just
He's
cost a few grenades as well. Could I swap to red, maybe?
It's up to you.
I will actually swap to red. I'll go, oh yeah, I'll go ACRSS. It's been a while since I've actually used this glass. Just for the boss, like, we're really struggling on heavies.
Yeah.
But to really get used to the ACRSS again, that 420 is... Is that your bow?
It is.
Oh. Well, make sure to hit the boss with that then as well, just to get the debuff on him, off of him.
He just like disappeared and then reappeared there for me.
A bit of latency. Yeah, I've seen that happen as well sometimes.
Immediate medical assistance.
Hives has me.
Hostile protection restored.
Bleeding glass. A match made in heaven.
Removed hostile protection. Vital signs critical.
There we go. Good old-fashioned blast thread. That is completely surpassed by Striker. Gonna feel bad for the build style. Still wanna love it, but
glass threads.
have you tried Strikers? Obliterate Strikers?
Yeah, made an obliterate strikers.
Yeah. I mean, it's so much more damage is the thing.
It's also on like my second character, so.
Yeah, that's the only thing that usually saves it for me as well. Like I have one Striker on this account on one character. Well, actually I have multiple Strikers, but one red Striker, which is I have a tech tank Striker and a yellow core Striker. Because, of course. Actually, I need medpacks.
Why not?
And both of them really work as well. Really, she got me with the blind fire. Return the favor. Oh.
Agent incapacitated.
You'll return the favor as well. Can I have that help here? Man, I've completely lost the rhythm for ACRSSs.
I don't think I ever had it.
Yeah, I got in a phase of you know, as all teenagers do, where you go into high RPM rifles. I am blind. Oh, that's where the heavy went. I came out of blind and I was like, wait, where's the heavy?
They realized he's just chilling underneath.
He jumped down, yeah.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Keener, it's me. I need an evac.
Because I didn't expect I wasn't expecting him to be dead. Because
Cleaning up your mess. Keener, are you serious? Keener, answer me.
but I think for the boss fight I'll go let's rate. Glass is a little bit too fragile for there. Actually, I'll go spotter now already. Also with the classic M1A, a weapon I know a little bit better still.
Yeah, I don't mind nice classic M1A.
He's gonna go trigger it right away.
Well, he can't, because I'm gonna go and get the cash.
Yeah, I mean, it's annoying. It's just that'll scatter everything, make it a lot harder to.
Hostile protection restored.
Though my aim is very much horrible.
Hey! You stuck up a bit!
Agent down.
No.
Oh, why were you all the way up there?
I was hoping the others were going to kill everything off, so I could just go and dump down my...
Your hive up there? No, yeah, nothing's gonna die quickly if you without. You're the only one with the skill that like really takes the effect off. I'll grab a thing as well. I'm gonna likely go down here then.
Apparently, he's still got a few tricks up his sleeve. We tracked his watch to the
It's
park
also the
nearby.
other door first.
Agent
It's
down.
the door on the right first.
You can tell you ran Eclipse a few times on this one.
Oh, yeah, I know my way around here.
Vital signs
So I'm
critical.
thinking of what would be a good way of getting a jammer pulse into this group with a build, but I think maybe I can just run jammer pulse as my secondary in a second.
They're back! See? This is what...
Hostile
I
protection.
actually have EMP grenades as well, of course. Just use those. Kind of a spotter.
Yeah, that would also work.
And to answer your question, Snakes, the glass cannon really works well. Spotter really can work with rifles as well. And you can go negotiators. Like that's really the three big options. Companion, of course, at the moment as well. But yeah, it's those three talents and that gear set basically.
Identification
Umbra as well, actually, kind of a
Agent
little bit.
Theo Purnell. Error. Multiple signatures detected.
Yeah, I'll grab a jammer as well here.
How many of those does he have?
Yeah,
Can't trust anything. Shoot
if you
everything.
want to
This is right in your wheelhouse.
kill those guys. Yeah, Charlie, as always.
What does he always start off in Charlie, does he?
Always, yeah. Also in story and everything. Actually, if you want, keep the hive, because the thing is going to be... We still need a way to get the effect off of enemies.
Yeah, I thought I kept a hold of the hive.
Oh, okay, you're that way, okay. Yeah. Just saw the one skill for a second.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Serious trauma
It
detected.
takes so many hits. Effect on.
Agent incapacitated.
I'm back at the initial if you can come get me. Somebody's came for me.
Vital signs critical.
I went for the approach of everything's either bleeding or on fire now.
Rogue agent detected.
The middle one's EMP'd.
Okay, yeah, I'll help him now. He's likely on the left side for now.
Close.
Oh, yeah.
An agent needs assistance. Serious trauma detected.
I'll get you in a sec.
Yeah, no bother. I was going to say you might as well finish off the wave.
Protected hostile restored.
Yeah, just those two needed to go.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Is it? There's an alpha. He's in Bravo. Should use these shotguns I have, but he went away.
Charlie.
Wow, this is so many rounds of this.
He's on Charlie.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that helps a lot actually. Well done on that one. The right side one especially.
Yeah, the one on me is now EMP jam. Oh no, the one on me was never up. Interesting.
Yeah, that one's already gone. The one in the back right.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, back right, back left. Very much just use this as well.
Hostile protection restored.
I'll go for that turret in a sec. Can I parallax him from here? No, I can't.
Yeah.
Vital signs critical.
Oh, okay, that works then.
Just that one turret left now.
Yeah. The other annoying thing is they're unpulsable, so spotter builds really don't deal well with them.
Yeah.
But also I have a feeling that we're basically the only two doing anything. Last wave.
Not with you to bring anything.
I see Tia over there.
You do.
Protected hostile restored.
And there's some shooting on my end.
Agent down.
I got a friend over here.
Yep.
Serious trauma detected.
Your friend should be... That was close. Your friend should be, like, damageable. Because my hive's kind of covering that area. I was trying to grab it before, but the enemies didn't like that idea.
Vital signs critical.
I got a link to his watch, but he's running some kind of wipe protocol, and it's gone. Managed to get some data off it, though. Looks like system
Full
files,
armor on kill as well.
but I'm pretty sure he tried to access a remote backup server.
Backups
The
from
other rare one.
the prison.
It was worth doing for you now.
It's gonna take a hell of a lot of processing power to find the server.
Well, I've got an exotic over there, though, so...
I've got a few
Okay, yeah, nice. 2 with 1 boss fight because somebody else got a Bullet King as well.
I mean, I got an exotic component. I don't know what type of exotic it is. It's Bullet King.
Yeah. That's some numbers on their end. Yeah, again, I mean, this one, yes, I understand, but this one, I mean, it's just an Acosta in the way.
I mean, I wouldn't say that I had a good build on for that.
It's more like a striker should like have outdone both of us by quite a lot. But also, yeah, he's not stacking with the ACS or anything, and he has the chest. So, is he gone yet? No. Let's warp to Haven. I'll give you that mod.
Alright, I mean, as I say, I'm not too bothered. You can keep a hold of it.
I have dozens at this point. Like one more doesn't matter that much to me. But for you, it could like be the like go on the third character and help there. And I got like
7.7% that I use isn't worth it.
It's on the floor.
Thank you.
Hey,
An agent is
Because also I'm up to the point where... Do you need an extra ACS that's pretty close to usable?
I think I've got a perfect ACRSS, if I'm honest.
No, ACS. The shotgun.
Oh, I got one.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that's optimizable if you needed one for strikers.
Yeah, I've got one. I think I've got one on the Heartbreaker as well. Because it's the mechanic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Get stacks, shoot things.
Get fat stacks, use fat stacks.
Yeah, pretty much.
And just to answer a question from the chat. Hi there, I4P. If you're looking for people to help with especially raiding and stuff, and yeah, if you're solo as well, there's a great community resource in GC Rock. If you actually just search for Division 2 Raid and Discord, you can find their Discord pretty easily, or just likely just searching for GC Rock on YouTube, if you can find this channel. And they help run a lot of people through it, and they have communities that are both either teaching and helping people run the raid, and also communities of just people. They take basically one person each raid and try to get them the exotics. So yeah, I would very much recommend that, or just finding a clan. For instance, one that my ally is with today, they run raids quite often. Okay, let me as well fix my camera again, because I actually forgot to fix it, even though I started there. So it's been down for quite a while, but that's fine. So yeah, what you interested in running?
I mean, do you want to go and do one invaded mission?
Sounds like a decent idea. I'll go back to...
Invaded, and then I need to do probably some explosives to take off the stuff, so it might be worth swapping to a mortar build at some point.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to do that now or after, or...?
Probably after, because I think I need 10 more grenades.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that goes right fast then. Yeah, take us on over. I'll swap back to the hardware.
Yeah.
Because I think, I think one of them is DCD as well. Like that's easy one.
I think one's federal as well.
And hello to you as well, Salves there, Justin.
Safe area detected.
And yeah, so yeah, fair. Well, any Potomac is a bit spread out. Like that can be annoying. A double loading screen all across the sky. But yeah, your pick. What you?
We got DCD for polyarmor, Potomac for the clips, or Federal for Umbra. I guess it's DCD, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Surprising. You're not after loot, but you will still look at the target. I didn't even look at the target.
I think body armor I might need a couple for.
No, actually, this will help likely optimization resources as well.
Yeah. All right. You ready?
Yeah, we can head in for the first few rooms. Both of us aren't really set up for heavies.
DCD's databases as a means to exploit the broad
I'm hoping we get people in by the time we get up to that.
Yeah. Let's go in hard and get our hives in that middle point. Although, yeah, I should actually open on the Seeker. But...
Detected. Heavy.
Oh, you're running Disrupt and thingy? Because fire would be handy here.
It was just what I got on from last time.
Because yeah, having the CC there will keep us both safe. Because
Where is my hive gone? Oh, it's here. Wait.
you might be seeing my hive. Oh, is it underground? Yeah, it's underground. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was like, why is it not done anything yet?
Another agent. Heavy ammunition.
As I love the freeze frames. It's always fun.
Hostile protection removed.
No, my hive is underground though. It seems. Oh no, it's over here. It was just obscured.
Swap back to fire.
I'm gonna go get that key chest upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, we seem to have I mean, skill-wise, a full healer. Ah, he swapped. Just gonna check what he swapped to. Obliterate, right? Nice.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I know. We have the dream team. Let's see if he shoots the thingy. He didn't even. Nice. I'll
Well,
wait
you're
for
not shoot that box.
not on invaded. Or it doesn't affect it. You can just open the door and it'll blow up the. It'll go the inverse way of opening the door. Will blow it up instead of blowing up the thing to get the door. I'm opening. Where the seeker?
Yeah, I'm placing mine top left.
Okay, actually, yeah. If you take that side, I'll take that side, and between the two of us, because they spawn right side first, and then left side.
Yeah, they're already out left side.
Right side, you mean? No, left side.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Actually, I'll save that supercharge. I was about to hit it, but it's one wave left.
Yeah, we've not got a bad striker.
It was a high-end red. Okay.
Oh, it's the high-end red.
I think it was, yeah. Also, maybe just misremembering as the heat is getting towards my brain. How is the heat at your place?
It's not very fun, but it's not terrible.
Not so terrible.
You can live with it.
Yeah, we had rain yesterday and today a little bit, and it's upped the humidity by quite a lot.
Yeah, it's it was worse like a week or two ago.
I love that our friend is leaving us. That's red. Thinking as if we can skip this room, which we can't.
He's back to healer now.
Okay. Oof. Oh, there's something behind as well. I thought it was just a dog. There's another thing left.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy's definitely a healer.
Yeah, I mean, skill-wise. FI is also active. Empathic Resolve is also active, which means that he's not using the easy way. No, watch out for that yeah. I might then go red, maybe. Although we won't have any like real big FBs, and maybe that fourth guy is a red. He is, but not a good one. Good enough. We'll make do. Also, I'm super rusty on hardwired. I should open with my seeker and then go to my hive. But yeah, it's remembering things is hard to do sometimes.
Yeah. Happens when we all get old.
What you saying, Sonny? Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel old now.
I mean, well, I'll not ask you to say it on stream, but I think we're about the same age, right? I believe.
I think we're similar. I think you may be slightly older.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Also, I'm gonna supercharge it because I placed my hive on this wrong side, so just gonna solve that way. There's a heavy on the right side. You had crossbow, right? Because if you can't pelt him, because the... Yeah, but that... Actually, I didn't even check. Is he a healer? FI, safeguard backpack, empathic resolve chest. And, of course, not the easy choice of going the FI chest, which is like the obvious thing to do.
I think it's the chest piece gone.
Yeah, he was just there. She was coming to greet you there.
I need one more hit with a whatchamacallit, the nade.
Yeah, just intercept this next group. They'll spawn on aggro.
Yeah, but they're probably aggro by the time I get down.
I mean, yeah, you do need to. I mean, it's the healer in front. I'm gonna hope he doesn't auto-engage. Yeah. Oh well, this guy might. Yeah. They'll catch someone. And for the same cover.
Removed.
Is that not?
Heavy ammunition detected.
I don't know if that completed it, you know.
Protected hostile restored.
I can check inside. So.
Yeah, it didn't. Oh, because they must have all been unshielded by the time the grave.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. You need to hit shielded. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, here there's several waves. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll drop it down on one of the spawns this time.
Yeah, you could do that right side office when we reach that wave later on, or you could get it here even likely. I'll not engage till your grenade goes off.
Pretty cool.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Oh, the healer swapped back to something else. Which is a good thing because we have two heavies here in a second, of course. Gonna give a supercharge here. If you get the chance, if you can crossbow them.
Yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
This guy's going the full spectrum of weird builds for missions.
Hostile protection restored.
And he's now a sniper, a determined one. Actually, that might be worth keeping. No, there's no defense here, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a med pack though. I'm gonna book it for the end and hope they don't kill the chopper before we get the boss.
No bother, just go for the explosive build. Oh, it didn't put on the explosive stick. Yeah, wasn't into it.
Yeah, they're going instantly for that. Oh, don't go for the chopper right away.
I didn't go for the chopper. I went for the enemies around it.
No, but I mean, yeah, but that's gonna hit the chopper.
I was miles away.
Removed hostile.
But I got the boss anyway, so it's fine.
Man down.
Hostile restored protection. Detected heavy ammunition.
Burn in hell.
Got one right over there. Same old, same old.
I'll go for another supercharge actually. We should have one more wave. Oh no, let's just grab the lid.
Black eye for black tusk. It's a good thing they're cleared out of that
Amano.
compound.
Was I done with that? I don't remember.
I mean, you can always see it on the item. No, actually, I should have been also keeping an eye on names that I get and sharing them. Yeah.
Oh, apparently this quad guy knows you.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. I'll just give him a hey. And yeah, we got that one. Is it there are no more mission ones unlocked yet, right? I think on day 2, yeah. Because yeah, we'll still have challenging and stronghold tomorrow and the day after.
Yep. Because it's always the same set of challenges every time.
Your group.
No, but that part is basically one global event doesn't have that. I don't remember which one, but almost all of the others have it. Also have this piece if you're have a look at it if you.
Yeah,
Or
I've got the Duff Walker Harris bits.
Okay, otherwise you can take it.
I mean, that rookie guy's like hovering. Do you want to do the next part of the invasion, or?
We could. Well, federal we could.
Potomac?
Or
Federal.
well, yeah, Potomac's going to be annoying with the global event. Like everything's too spread out.
All right.
So federal, or
Yeah, we'll do federal.
yeah.
Probably got about enough time for one more mission. Then I can get to bed for a reasonable time.
Up for work tomorrow, or
Yeah, I've got work tomorrow morning. But I spent the past like 6 hours driving back today.
that far?
So yes, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
We have a named group there, seeing as we have enemies there.
should I go and do it?
It's a named heavy though.
I mean, we can still go do it if you want.
Let me swap to something that can deal with the named heavy. Like Red Heartbreaker. And if you can get there, open or oh yeah, yes. I'd forgotten you had swapped to. Do that one. I thought you had a flame stick in your hand. I was like, open up with a hag, maybe. But yeah, explosive sticky works.
Hostile protection restored.
Actually, oh, it's that kind of heavy. I thought it was from distance, I thought it was a Black Tusk one.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by
Our friend's
hostiles.
sticking with us.
No, I mean, not uncommon, especially with invasion.
Name test subject. Ugh. I mean, you might as well grab this grenade launcher ammo as well. Get some of those specialization ones.
Yeah, especially with like the explosibility, you'll be swimming in them, so you can basically just main it. It becomes your main weapon, basically, nice and easily. Actually, yeah, if you're running that, I'll stick to this Red Heartbreaker. It's been a while actually since I've ran it.
System disrupted.
It's not a bad build, it's just a little bit outclassed by strikers.
Hostile protection removed. System back online.
But also, if you're up for it, maybe run Mortar and Hive, just so it triggers on every wave. But all of here, everything spawns from basically doorways anyway. Yeah. Because if everything's unprotected, then it's a lot easier.
Another agent is now in your group. Vital signs critical. Agent down.
Oh, well, I haven't seen him get past us. I might double die here.
Hostile restored protection.
Just gone.
There we go. As I don't.
Maybe Hive might be the play.
Yeah, just to keep the. There's a chest back here right now. Just to get the thing off of as many of them as you can. Global event.
Feels like we only ran this 30 seconds ago.
30 seconds go in 30 seconds, yeah. Deja vu. I have been to this place before. Actually,
I haven't actually looted any of the chests either, so...
yeah, likely we shouldn't have had. Yeah, here the elevator doesn't matter. Everybody gets a loading screen anyway, so let's just pull them. So.
Clear the area outside the bunker entrance.
Taking the shot.
Kind of feel bad for Heartbreaker. Like this is pretty good and powerful, but
heavy ammunition detected.
Just why run it in this way over a striker? Although for the tech tank it works. Heartbreaker really is a better tech tank than striker.
I don't think I've actually made any tech tanks.
I've become quite the advocate for them to the point that people are all like calling it like IKEA's tech tanks, which yeah, it's not complete, like it's not my design or anything. I mean, no build is a person's design. Like
no, everyone's made every build at this point.
Yeah.
Played the game on.
I mean, plenty of people just like, you know, you try everything that makes sense. 1,000 monkeys banging on 1,000 build collections. If you can, get a mortar on the balcony.
I don't want that, but I'm gonna just take a couple of them there.
Or yeah, that.
System back online. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Good. That was short. This dude. Yeah, thanks.
What they've been pulling from the wreckage.
Oh, and do you know the trick here with getting it into the room upstairs? Oh, well, it's not a trick, but...
I'm assuming you can throw it up.
Oh, well, actually, late. It's we have a defense here, so... I mean, in the upcoming room, yeah, you can just shoot out the window and toss your hive to be ready for...
Couldn't even retrieve my hive from there.
Download complete.
Curious to see what the other guy's running.
They've managed to compile a ton of corrupted data from the Shade network servers.
Optimized
I
healths.
had no idea Lifehouse got access to this kind of digital forensic software.
And 19 wings or 17 wings or whatever you got. Just watch out for that second wave that comes down here. I thought it was time-based, but it's actually kills-based. Okay. It's kind of watching how much damage that guy was doing. That was not the greatest.
Blind. There you go.
No. Man, the amount of people that still shoot at deconstructing mini tanks is just too damn high. It's gonna be me running for division cabinet. That's my that's my position. We need less people to shoot at.
Just like the shoot.
Yeah.
See enemy, shoot enemy.
Yeah. So here, save your hive to toss it upstairs. If you open up on these guys. Because just so the window set behind you, just shoot a hole. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I have it.
Yeah, that's really the wave that like otherwise can take so long. I don't see our drones upstairs. Did I run out of grenades now?
That's burning up. Run away.
Because yeah, that solves that issue.
Yeah.
The issue with how long this fight downstairs was, maybe I should. Usually, it's much easier to get through to that point. Oh, did you catch yourself?
I caught myself on the
Yeah, I got you.
on the table in front.
Detected. Heavy.
Oh, did I just release too soon?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that thrown ammo. I thought I heard the effect sound, but maybe not. If you can do it again as well on the right side windows.
Hostile protection restored.
Just tossing your hive up there.
This might be an idea for me to shoot the window first.
Yeah, you do need to, yeah. That's what you...
Yeah, they're all bombed now.
Let's go for him.
Yeah, that fight did not go as I should just use the spec weapon, shouldn't I?
No, well, I mean, it's just a event, especially.
Didn't think I was going to miss the chest, did you?
I mean, yeah, you've been pretty good about him. Was it always in Railroad that like made fun of me for going after all the chests?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
No, we used to run a lot. Like I think you as well, but especially I think me and Dida ran a lot. Trying to think of the name.
Not Hutch, is it?
No, I don't think so. I think intersection.
Lisa intersection.
Oh yeah, yes.
It was it?
Yeah.
He was in an explosion in Paris the other week.
A what?
An explosion in Paris.
Oh.
Like his whole flat got blown up.
Oh wow. Okay. Like with the recent things there. With the recent riots.
It went bang.
Alright.
I think it was a gas explosion, I think.
But he's okay, or?
Yeah, he's okay, but his room is not.
Okay, yeah. He was running the explosive build a little bit too early.
He was running the explosive build with the Firestar chem.
And just didn't notice that he was overcharged and planted the mortar a bit too near him. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is the one where they spawn behind us, don't they?
Yeah, next one.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a foamer. Is that from spread? Yeah, that's a foamer clips.
System malfunctioning.
Should be I didn't keep count, but this should be the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because here's quite often
System
like
restored.
it's easy to get one wave off and then have one more wave there. So here sometimes, yeah, from that left side and right side. I'm gonna push up to here. Oh, back right.
Yep.
At least it dogs that easily. Still. This is like the one... This and Guardians is the only place where like it's... I'm happy to see dogs. Yeah, blocked by door. That doesn't help. Let's see if I can get a shot on him. The dangers of foam.
Especially in something like this where you need them out the door so things like seekers can land.
Yep. I mean, just in general. Still not a fan of foam eclipses in heroic. Where did they spawn? Oh, okay, the heavies. Although actually I'll kind of thinking of maybe going the hardwired back to the hardwired as well then. Yeah. Double exploding, but I'll leave as is. No, with the foam eclipse, because yeah, that one can, like the seekers help get a lot of boost from. Yeah, he's going. Oh, this is dangerous, by the way. This is gonna spread into that room if we don't watch out. The screen shakes. That's the one thing they should remove from the mortars. It's very much like I'm always very conscious of running it outside of Hollywood for its screen shake. Like I know I can deal with it, but I know a lot of people like just really dislike it.
Hostile restored. Protect.
I mean, same for Regulus, really.
Ah, but Regulus is such a good gun. Like you can't.
I mean,
it really can.
I mean, Mortar is also quite strong. Like Mortar is actually a super strong build, especially for like.
It's strong if you can have height advantage.
Removed.
Yeah, that helps, but also just
Detected. Heavy munitions.
like the having the option of clearing out, doing heavy damage to waves when they spawn.
To form takedown plans on all the factions in the city.
Like I remember especially with Lincoln, like it was easier to have an extra, like have Eclipse and 2 reds and a mortar build. Because then the mortar could like catch them coming out. More so than just an extra red.
There should be more activity deeper in the bunker. Stay alert, Agent.
And that was mostly also over the hardwired because like you could have a good sticky. And the sticky does go indoors. So.
Yeah.
Mortar as well, actually, if you aim it. But then it's only inside of the door. That can be annoying. Oh, this is the... I forgot what room we're going into. The dogfight.
Yep, in the very fun room.
Let's see if we can get one down real quick. Nope. Actually, you should have... yeah, if you have some grenades. Some multi-grenade shots.
System curtailed.
Going to go after that one, try to time the kill, because yeah, that one will die.
They're all
Wait, no, that one, I saved that one exactly to do this. Advanced tactics. Special vodka and tactics. SWAT.
System malfunctioning.
Really, you don't say. Also, someone's running Vindictive the whole time, which is, I mean, not the worst choice.
System curtailed. System back online.
There's one dog left on the back left.
2.
Alright, yeah, 2 actually.
Hostile restored protection.
Just watch out for the heavies that are pushing up on you guys. I'm gonna chain both of them.
System disrupted.
All the dogs gone, right? Yeah.
I believe so.
System reactivated. An agent needs assistance.
And there we go.
It's fine, I might have been picked up in like 5 to 10 business days.
Then we'll have 2 more heavies here. No, we're gonna go. It's 3 of us here. If you can get some something on them, I'll get behind them. Double chains.
Hostile protection restored.
And we bully. Feel so bad for this tank. They're just unsupported tanks. They're the bane of their own existence.
Yeah, to be fair, it's a bit of a strategic disaster class, really, isn't it?
I mean, also in real life, tanks are very much not recommended to go in alone, unsupported.
Device detected.
I'll set up on this side if you can hive the door.
I don't remember.
Oh, on this end, this one. That's right. Yeah, should have maybe been clear.
I was sitting there thinking, I do remember how this mission goes.
Yeah, it's just the boss spawns on this side. Just watch out now. There's stuff all around. Also, I took a shield for a second.
Hostile protection removed. Detected. Heavy ammunition. Files.
Yeah, this global event does slow stuff down quite a bit. It's always why I like. This one is, I think, my least favorite, maybe, in effect. I kind of like the idea, but in effect, it needs just one more thing to remove the like weak points in the same way as with Guardians, if hitting like the weak points on them maybe or something.
Yeah.
I mean, if you destroy an explosive weak point, it works. But
If it was just a standard weak point, it'd be a lot better.
yeah, if it was just hit any weak point, and not the same as Guardian, just not even destroyed, but just hit it, you'll get a second or so.
but they're not going to be that nice.
I mean, they've been pretty nice already with many of the... I mean, you remember the old ones, right? The old versions?
Yeah.
With, what was it? The polarity event shocking you every time you missed your shot. Or yeah, missed, like, the thing it wants you to do.
How many of these rewards can I claim already? Oh, most of them. I've almost got the exotic cash from this event already.
No, I mean, with leveling, counting as well for it, it goes pretty quick.
Thanks for the business.
Like, that global event shop was also a really good addition.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually, how many... It's only too bad that you can't share anything got in here.
Yeah, would be nice, but, you know, you can live without that.
Yeah. One of these days, I will get a second St. Elmo. And then, likely several dozen days after, I'll have all 4, eventually. Because yeah, I want to have...
Have you really only got one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, one on this account. I mean, one from the season track.
Yeah, make me feel bad for disassembling that last one.
Ah, that's okay. I mean, you didn't know.
I've got 2 of them with damage target out of cover at the minute.
Yeah, I have one that I now move around with characters, but weapons I use, I like to have them each on each character, basically.
Yeah.
Just for... these guys are just sticking around. That's...
They're probably hoping we go doing something else.
Yeah. Actually, I should check how full up on resources I am, because yeah, something was full, yeah.
I'm only missing out on 4 named weapons.
Oh, for expertise?
Yeah.
DZ ones, or?
Nah, non-DZ. So I'm missing 4 burnouts. 8 swap chains. Like a little bit of items into a carnage. I might actually be able to do that now with what I've got.
No, you could always resource a little bit into it.
Yeah, I am, because I know, there we go. So the carnage is now proficient. And then it's the lightning rod that I'm missing as well.
Thank you,
And then body armor, Caesar's Guard, Closer, and Everyday Carrier. And then backpacks are Hermano, Lavoisier, and Setup.
Yeah, that word took me a while also to catch it.
And then other than that, I'm missing 1 level on the Striker Shield, a full defender, most of a bombardier drone, and then all of the Seeker mines.
I mean, that's resourceable and undoable, basically. You're basically almost there.
Yeah. I just need to go and do a character at some point and get that finished.
Yeah, actually, whenever you're... Because I'm planning on doing a watch. I need a fresh one anyway, pretty soon.
Yeah.
If you catch me on, maybe even with Daidas. Because I do it with dual boxing. So I benefit either way, basically.
Alright, so you're just playing on one character and getting boosted on the other.
Exactly. So that way I can like carry 2 others as well, and just everybody in there is benefiting.
Yeah. Well, it was nice playing with you tonight. I think I'm going to jump off and get a little bit of rest before work tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that sounds...
I'll probably be on tomorrow night if you want to play some more.
Yeah, definitely. If you see me around, hit me up. And yeah, maybe if... Or wait, you said Dido was off the whole week, right? Or...
I think he's off most of the week. He's here for like 1 day, I think.
Yeah, maybe if he's around, then otherwise... or we could just, do it just us. maybe
Yeah.
drag someone else along as well.
No worries. Right. Well, I will see you in a bit, man.
Yeah, man. Have a good night.
You too. See ya.
See ya. Yeah, I'm gonna drop group as well.
You have left the group.
Yeah, there we got a lot of the season stuff done. Actually, I am curious to see what I'm... So most of the time, I just fill out till the 4th day and then really make an effort to like finish everything off. Because yeah, stuff like meleeing, I'm not gonna melee much things just normally. I'll set the world on normal, basically do everything that remains. For instance, well, likely I will actually run a little bit and get some more specialization kills and some damage to shielded hostiles and stuff. Because yeah, sometimes it's quite easy to do some of them on normal, which helps quite a bit. So I'm gonna actually hop into a few countdowns, I feel, just to round out the evening. Going after that darned closer that has been evading me for longer than than it should. Although likely I am now reaching above the average farm time required to get a named item like that and have it be, you know, 2 stats that are not the same color as its core and stuff. That those take a while. I know from experience. So for the first one, I'll grab a Red Patriot, and also with the with countdown, I won't have to deal with the global event, but also won't benefit from the global event. But I very much like Polarity Switch, so I'll be farming that one pretty hard for exotic caches if I still don't have all of the St. Elmos that I'm after. And of course, while I don't really like Golden Bullet, I feel indifferent about it basically. But it is good for farming and can be used to farm up to make sure I get the St. Elmos that I need, if need be. But yeah, in the meantime as well, I'll just farm countdowns, go for closers, and if I
To another
I actually didn't pay attention what difficulty I matchmake there. I may have matchmade for heroic, which I'm actually not even certain that you see here what it says about. Okay, yeah, that's a heroic. I'll inspect here. That name seems familiar. I've seen that name before. So he's running a striker PFE, which is really good. Strikers. Strikers, although all 3 are with with Fox's Prayer, which, as I said in my build showcase, is not the way to do it. You're much better off with the Seska piece. Curious to see if okay, yeah, that's what's happened there. He did kick that player that was very much not geared up. I'm surprised I didn't get kicked with a Red Patriot. I would kick me with a Red Patriot for heroic, but at least it's not the worst build. And hello to you as well, Roland dear. Thanks for joining again with some farming here. And hopefully, today may be the day of the... Oh, we have the buggy version, but that works out fine actually, because that bunches up both groups together.
Last thing we need is an RC bomb in a nuclear reactor.
And yeah, there was a lot of good-looking builds. I'm actually likely the least good build. That person does not know that these things fix themselves nowadays. They're still stuck in the idea that that isn't the case. I'm gonna actually toss a grenade. Oh, actually he spawns more. I got him.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15.
Because yeah, he spawns there where I tossed the grenade, and then he walks a bit more towards the north, which is where you, if the timer wasn't broken, where you normally see him. Having lost a person is a little bit annoying on for us, because yeah, it's easier with 8 people than with 7. But we'll make do. we should not be it should not be an issue for us with damage. So hopefully that will hold true. And they're providing us. I mean that is a high level tactic of keeping us going with not being disrupted. So he's using the booster hive, which can provide status effect protection, and that's going to shorten our duration of getting disrupted or completely prevented, depending on how high of a skill tier it is on. And yeah, we're getting foam eclipse in there. I'm providing my debuffs and decent damage. A red patriot, decent amounts. So we're down to 6 because we lost one more. That was a Hail Mary just to get him out. So most of the strikers here are chest strikers, which will need a lot of stacking before they get going. And that's very noticeable on the hunters. They burn down slow and then it goes fast all of a sudden. And he's swapping build. That's high level play on the part of that player. He's very much carrying the team a little bit. So he swapped off of that build because that build no longer had purpose. It was very good against the hunters. He was likely as well, yeah, 6 kill tiers because we weren't disrupted at all or very short. And then he swapped off of it once we got through the hunters. I'm gonna beeline it for this objective and kill it with this. Letting us kill the warhounds. A pulse once more. I'm gonna spread it around, so once I have the full debuff on someone, I might as well go on someone else. Especially when I have multiple targets like that. And now the strikers are stacking up, and that should help their damage quite a lot.
High-risk target approaching.
And yeah, with heroic countdowns, you do need a little bit of a decent team. You are dependent on the team. I'll actually also check for the chest. It's not over there. I was on the balcony. Oh, actually, it was on the balcony, I think. I already grabbed it. Yeah, because, yeah.
Area secure.
Yeah, for instance, if I really had the choice for especially countdown, then red FI would very much be my more preferred choice. It's a lot more consistent in its deployment. But what a red patriot can do is be a second buffer, so alongside of a red FI or just an FI with a healing build. But what a true patriot is decently good at is especially, I find, for instance, raids, especially where there's one major target that needs to die. So, and you can make sure that the debuff is on them.
The target should be nearby.
And you can have basically both. Because a red patriot as well retains a little bit more damage than the red FI. Just because, especially on its sustain, just because it does have bonuses that do apply a little bit towards that. Where the red FI, of course, all of its brand bonus, well, the gear set bonuses, none of them apply towards any of the damage output of it. And also the Patriot gets to have the chest, can have the chest and the backpack be brand bonuses instead of the gear set bonuses, where the FI really needs the chest definitely to be basically from the gear set. Especially here where there's a lot of enemies, I need to be a little bit good about marking as many stuff as I can, not to be too focused on one thing, and especially getting the bosses.
To log down, evacuate the
The
facility.
names. They're above us. Gonna pulse as well, show my allies where they are. But even with missing 2 people, we're doing decently well, okay. Although it would be good to not lose one more. So I see the loot from the chest is already up there, so I'm gonna, yeah, I'm very willing to move this way. Especially the one I want to get onto people is very much the red one, because that's the damage bonus one. The other ones are useful, but not as much. And the explosion especially isn't that useful, because by the time they explode, at least on heroic difficulty,
Target detected.
they are already going to be spread out. It's very unlikely that you're going to catch something and have all three debuffs applied to them before they're spread out enough that the explosion isn't going to make that difference.
Hostile neutralized.
I'll toss the grenade.
High-risk target detected.
So the boss likely spawned on my left, but I just want to get a few rounds onto stuff over here. Maybe even get that going. And that's likely an ally that was soloing the boss, or trying to. I'll pulse. And this guy is so cold as ice, and he's willing to sacrifice himself. So let's make that happen.
Area secure.
Agent, head to the administration building.
Gonna make sure that I grab most of my loot. Although, of course, the items I'm after would need to be named, so it would show up when it's dropped. And also, we have enough time as well for the final, or for the main objective, and it's also nearby, so we don't need to run all across the map, making it even easier. And the damage on the team is good enough that I'm not considering swapping to a different build for the final fight. If the team didn't feel strong, I would maybe go PFE. This character has a Heartbreaker PFE or a Striker's PFE. So those boats, whatever one he has, would work decently. I'm gonna go for the objective, pulse and go over there. I'll go check if that chest is open, so it won't be that one. I'll need to kill one guy. But hopefully, someone's in the room with me. Hopefully they help. Yeah. Curious to see actually what... Oh. That hold is always way longer than any of the other ones. Actually, yeah, just out of curiosity. That's not that useful. But I'm trying to find the player. Okay, it's that was one of that team, but okay, it's just using that to usually likely proficiency. I'll stay in here. He's showing that he's going to stay in here. I'll go for the next. I'll help Ash kill first. Yeah, I have a fast hand MG5 as the main weapon. LMGs is, of course, can be really good as
You're a pro. Now, just need to find another server.
I'm gonna actually go. So 2 people are getting that one, but no one's getting the other one. So I'll go get the other one. Although, okay, he's going for it. I'm just gonna make sure because I have trust issues at this point about this main. So hopefully that they actually do stay in it. Although, yeah, this team has shown competence to a really good level. And the annoying thing is, part of that is down to, so the group leader was kicking players, although he seemed to be doing it on, not on SHD, but on builds, so at least there. But, and then, yeah, that's a little bit needed for heroic countdown. But yeah, on challenging it's very much not. So on challenging, no one should get kicked really.
Warning, system breach. Initiating safety
gonna grab that loot. Actually, I was outside of it, so couldn't tell. We're not in a real time crunch, so it's okay that they're not going for the other ones. And yeah, on heroic, they do have a lot of health, but they don't hit. They don't really hit super hard. Like there's plenty of time to get out of the way. Okay, this one's done. Control isn't being hit yet, so I'll go get the control room server. Yeah, that sounds like a fun plan. It's very much. I mean, it depends what you're after, of course. But I always quite enjoy actually fresh characters and stuff. Going through the game, especially now with the knowledge that you have now, can be a quite a different experience. Because yeah, just once you know the game a little bit better, some choices make a lot more sense. So especially from lower levels, the stats of course are very low, but the brand bonus percentages are the same. So that means that brand bonuses become a ton more important. Same for chest talents, because yeah, your entire build may have just a little bit of damage output, but your chest talent could be on its own, or vigilance. So on the backpack, for instance, just that on its own could provide a ton of bonus damage. And yeah, if you're going for specific styles as well, it can be a lot of fun. Although usually while leveling, you'll move from weapon to weapon quite a lot. Because yeah, you basically use what you get. One last enemy here, and we did it with very decent time. And off they go.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there.
I'm gonna go for the main chest.
To bring you home.
I also earlier today, of course, released the video on benefits of multiple characters. So that one can give you a lot of the reasons to make multiple characters. And especially it was fun showing because the bounty trick that I show in there with a character that isn't
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
That doesn't have all of their side missions done. That's been a really old trick that we've known for. At least I have known for a long while, and we discovered it with others. It's not like my discovery or anything, and it's also not something really worthwhile. It's just a quirk, really. It's not worth going out of your way to set that up. So it's not going to be the next Anderson or something. But to actually put that on video, basically have a. So I'm gonna go and best pelt those guys as well, just to have as many things. He's getting hived, but we still have multiple hunters up, and the rest of the team went around. So I'm just gonna hold the fort here, and I shouldn't actually. Both of us should go and.
Agent incapacitated.
So I was disrupted at that time. I didn't expect us to get hit so hard, but actually there's a lot of holes over there, and there's a sniper on the back. But yeah, the play there would have been to go after and link up both teams again, basically have as many people together, because we're down a few players, so it's best. One thing I should be very aware of is that I'm weakened at the moment. I went down, so that means that if I go down again, I will die. And I'm just waiting out that timer. I'll toss a grenade here. I have foam grenades, and I was hoping to catch a hunter, but I didn't.
System reactivated.
Yeah, I'll set up also to catch some of this. But I need to blow that up before I can. Because you can also always just sit here and blind fire. I'm pretty safe in this way. And one thing has escaped, two things have escaped. There's one sniper out there. Do want to make sure that I get all of the dog tags and such from the hunters. Yeah, one sniper I can. Yeah, the amount of armor that they have now. This isn't, of course, the strongest build. This is a buffing build, really. So it doesn't have the biggest damage, but yeah, that should show a little bit what the difference is between challenging and heroic on the health scaling, health and armor scaling. I do have enough slots to just loot all this.
We see you.
And I had one named Yuzina piece in there that I picked up, but I didn't check what it was actually at the time, so maybe today. Yeah, welcome, fun time. Yeah, no, not yet, sadly. But I'm actually probably now reaching the average point of where most people would, for an item like that would, I don't know how long it would take, so.
Let's get you home.
But yeah, it is. It has been taking a while.
You see that?
Also, yeah, I should spread around and let's get the debuff on as many things. 12, 11. We need to go.
I've been promoted to group leader.
The leader already left. But yeah, there was enough time to kill that. That's why I stuck around. It felt, yeah, unless everybody left, which they luckily didn't.
You stabilized the power grid in this region.
And that was 208 coins. So yeah, since the changes, so challenging got a buff to the amount that it gives, and so did heroic. I don't remember actually exactly if heroic also got a buff. But yeah, the difference between the two is now, of course, minor. It's not as big as it used to be.
You're talking to yourself again.
No, I'm not. Don't I have? Oh, it also considers inventory space for that. I had never noticed that before. Because yeah, my inventory is full. My cash parts aren't. So, because yeah, usually I always sort through my items that I received. Yeah, we did get one closer, but of course not the one we're after. Because yeah, that's the hard part. Because about 75% of the items that drop from Yuzina with a blue core, one of these two stats is going to be a blue stat. That's basically how it's intended to work. That, and yeah, that's again to work against rainbow rules. That was something they implemented in later, and there was a little bit of backlash at that time as well because yeah, the percentage was actually starting off much higher. They intended it to be basically like basically guaranteed. But that would have killed a lot of options. For instance, Grupo, or having swapping a piece for explosive builds and stuff. All of those would be, or well, Golan would basically also be completely undoable. Although now, of course, we have electric. But. So yeah, the search continues, and I wasn't actually intending to do a heroic countdown because I usually avoid doing heroic countdown, as if you don't get a good team, it can be very frustrating. But there was a leader that was basically curating the team, And yeah, opinions are going to be split on that, kicking people and stuff. But the results are there. Like that was a decently easy run to a heroic count. But I'm gonna jump into a challenging one now, as I intended before. Although I'll likely swap builds. So I got a Catharsis there, and that's an exotic component. Actually, yeah, Catharsis has only come out of exotic caches at the moment, so for a lot of people, that would have been a useful thing. It's too bad that items gotten from the vendor cannot be shared. I'm gonna swap builds first or decide what build I wanna grab. Because yeah, this guy has a lot of options, and I think I will actually grab the Striker PFE. This has one more blue than I would want, really. I'm considering maybe changing that here. Although my opinion on that has shifted over the years. So the reason it has 4 blues there is because that makes it a little bit better against rogue fights. So with rogue fights, you really do want to have a little bit more. So especially that one, even with Survivalist, only has 70 protection from elite. So it is a little bit weaker in that way. But of course, it has the Striker mechanics, and it makes up for a lot of damage that way. So there's a little bit of a give and pull.
Thanks for the business.
I'll empty out that group as well. That was likely a buggy group. Because I would... although actually, especially with Countdown, it does go over regions a lot more than missions. So I will likely get a group, and it will likely put me in... once we go into Countdown, it will likely have pulled me into US East, which is... Because yeah, it's past midnight where I am, and on a random Friday, this fills me with a lot of fear for a very powerful skill that will get hacked. Because yeah, that was a skill build, which you know, hunters, and somebody was against sounds over there. And Fury. Oh, especially on challenging. I'm fine whatever we have with us. And this is, yeah, likely. But yeah, the rest of the build looks okay. Just this piece is rough. And this then is likely for proficiency. That one was missing some mods. Which is always weird to me. I quite often see people missing a mod or something, and I mean, it might be an inexperience as well, but I personally, like, I would never miss that a mod is missing. Might have the wrong mod in there from like the should be a crit damage is a crit chance kind of thing, but not just an empty hole.
Triggered the lockdown procedures.
Also, I caught whoever was has the open mic, and I will actually just get that out of the way.
We need to get control of the experimental reactor.
That's the
unstable.
Group leader.
Emergency lockdown protocols.
And I'll catch up to my allies.
Minutes lockdown.
Yeah, so I have PFE, and I'm using the mechanics of Striker, so I'm gonna just rush in, stack. Oh, both teams are getting together as well right away, so that's nice. But yeah, this one can't tank as hard as the high-end one. It has 10, basically. Well, 8 effectively. PFE less. And the way that, yeah, damage reduction in most games work is once you have a decent amount, it becomes a viable thing. So if you just had 20%, you're not going to feel the difference. It's just going to take 20% off of each shot. But once you can get in the areas of like this where it's above 70, then it can make a difference. But then still the difference between 70 and 80 is quite severe. Because yeah, it stacks up. Every shot is doing 10% more to me. There I felt I actually had rolled away in time, but also this must be, yeah, US East. So that little bit of extra latency there made so that I got caught. But as you saw there as well, I didn't even reach armor break.
System back online.
Although the damage on that is quite variable, it seems. They seem to have, different hunters seem to have different level of damage of that. And we have a Eclipse keeping them in place, or just somebody foaming.
Shade tech detected.
So we have turbine. Yeah, so turbine reactor, which is nice and easy. Just right next to each other. Because yeah, the cooling tower will get skipped with VIP.
Rogue assault turret detected.
I will just have a peek up here.
Rogue sniper
Yeah,
turret
not here. I was just checking for the chest. That sniper turret landed way far away from any any of these chests. So these skills are not elite. Well, some of them are actually, so see if I can catch one. But yeah, not all of them are elite, and especially a red sniper turret would run through me just still quite fast. And the chest is over here, so I'll go over. So it was in the two other spots, that's how I know it's over here. Wondering about that. Although the nice thing that I find, so I also often run the Heartbreaker version of it. And the Heartbreaker one really needs to have a pulse as its second skill for the times that you're fighting more hounds or such, because it is still going to be with Survivalist. I'm just checking for loot, but there doesn't seem to be any. So we'll head off to Reactor. And the Striker gets to have a shield. And having a shield, especially with 4 blue cores, as always, basically, the only thing blue cores are really worth it for is a shield. It's unless you're really doing something very specific, if you have blue cores, it's basically like having skill tiers and not having a skill that you use. So.
System curtailed.
And we have the hostile upload.
System reactivated.
I'll go for the far one, hoping that the others trickling in. I'm gonna chain him because he might be dangerous. I'll CC him for a while. And yeah, with PFE, well, a lot of people have the thing of like, okay, yeah, you're immune to elites, but reds and purples will still kill you. And especially in the open world, that is a little bit more true. But here, especially in Canada, there's so few purples and elites. Like here with this wave, there's just 2 of them. But the thing is as well, the purples and elites, I can kill them very quickly. So the elites, I can't really kill that quick, of course. I have a few blue cores, so I'm giving up a little bit of damage.
Critical systems exposed.
And we have now destroyed the server. Oh yeah, I can't shoot that one from there. But you can actually shoot the one in the control room from in here. Although somebody went up there, but from here I could shoot it.
Data transfer halted.
But also up here is the chest, so
Incoming. High risk hostile.
the loots must be gotten. The name likely spawned down here. Oh no, actually. Or there was just one straggler down here. That is quite a name for
Area secure.
for a named enemy.
You should be able to access the lab.
There's so many jokes that I want to make there, but most of them are not in good humor, so I'll leave that one. And on to laboratory. Yeah, we have we have actually this one of the players that I ran into last evening night as well.
I need you to
That
stabilize
I gave a few decent pieces to, so hopefully he's making. But yeah, he's been mostly likely running Countdown, and he's just gone up
You're in.
only a few levels basically. Last night he was, I think, 14 when I last saw. Likely he's been playing quite a bit, seeing as I keep running into him. I need to get the numbers down before I push in a little bit, because I don't want these guys to shoot me in the back too much. And we're not in a time crunch anyway. I completely lost where he went for a second there, as my mouse hit like an edge. Let's not forget that one.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
Is a damage output wise, this thing, especially on challenging, it works well enough.
Expose the reactor's core.
Because yeah, reds and stuff, like, yes, they can damage me, but I can kill them way faster than
Good. Now you just need to destroy the magnetic.
they can be an issue.
You should be fine.
I'm gonna use this shield guy to stack on. Use those stacks to.
System disrupted.
The only downside again, though, actually, though, that I now remember is because of how the layout needed to go PFE with a gear set, because you basically need to have the chest and the backpack be of the gear set, because otherwise you need. I'll just explain it here. So, if you had this piece, the two pieces that I've improvised here, if they were strikers, then you would be missing out on a mod, because of course only the improvised slots in holster, knee pads, and gloves can be improvised with a mod slot.
System reactivated.
So it is a chest striker, so it needs to stack to 200. But it can do it because it can close the distance well enough. Although, if they not when they're running away like that, then they're running basically faster than I can follow. But yeah, I'm close enough to 200 stacks. Yeah, when it is at 200, close to 200 stacks, I mean that's a at 500k ish. Or here on armor, that was health. So here on armor, close to 480 ish at 900 RPM. I'll go. Actually, someone's getting it. They're doing a good job with the directives as well. I'm gonna go kill over here. Although I underestimated how far they were. They're making this quite the journey. Oh, hey. That guy respawned as we have the same name in it.
Experimental reactor offline. System reactivated.
Oh, that name is dead. No. That one doesn't matter.
To lockdown.
Containment field failure. EMP discharge required to stabilize reactor.
Yeah, no named markers on those stacks. So. I'm gonna go on the other. What is that? When there's two people shooting at one shield, shield carrying enemy.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant.
The best thing to do is basically just to flank over.
When you're ready, send up a flare.
He either aims at you and your ally shoots him, or he aims at your ally and you shoot him. It's gonna check. The extraction is really far away, so we'll have a long run in front of us. That influences a little bit how I will assault it. I'll be a lot more aggressive if we don't have much time. as I catch the yawn there with the mute. Because yeah, it is starting to get late, but I'm enjoying my run, so I'll likely do one more after this one.
System disrupted.
Agent, stay frosty.
And then that'll be it for me. Yeah, that hunter melted nice and easily. And we don't even have the close range buff, so.
System back online. System curtailed.
I was just about to pull out my shield.
Hey, look what I got.
But yeah, but much more so. Just that 10% difference is just making it so that while this can stand in front of elites and just take it for a while, it can't do it as long as yeah, for instance, now it's starting to break. And I'm just going to heal up. I have 4 med packs. I should use them. And in a second, I'll try to push in. One skill is getting hacked. Seekers. Although it's still got out. I'm gonna kill this wave. Or hang out here. I'm putting myself behind this barrel, hoping that that my allies or that the enemies can't hit me. And yeah, mostly gonna clear this out just so we don't have stuff in our back. I see an ally nearby is down.
Rogue defender drone.
That's a hunter.
Hostile defender drone detected. System curtailed.
And yeah, the burst on the ACS is actually pretty good when you're at those close ranges. The only danger, of course, is when you're at those close ranges is, yeah, that on a red striker is that, yeah, you are in danger. But on a PFE striker, less so. And now we shall finally go and kill our friends over here.
Torres sees you. Helo inbound.
This group is already down and spreading out, so I'm just gonna run through the middle of them. I can do that as long as I, on the other hand, pull out my shield and hide behind my shield a little bit. Because yeah, this one does need its shield too. It can't stand in front of several dozen people. We have one enemy left here. And my mouse got caught up again. Oh, we got them in the end. It's not worth it to try to get. Yeah, no. Egress. Because even if there was loot there from them dropping, it would be too high of a risk to go get it and run back. So yeah, I'll do likely one more. I'm considering which build I want to run for it. This might maybe be fun to run something a little bit weirder. Because yeah, high damage builds or buffing builds or PFEs are the bread and butter for countdowns, of course. But might be fun to run something a little bit weirder. And actually, this guy might have the exact thing I might run. Because just oddly, this kind of works for for the Hunter's fight, which is a backfire build. Well, it doesn't work. It really doesn't work. But it has PFE, or it has hazard resist. So it gets... it's a lot shorter of a disrupt effect on this build. And I'm going to pair that with a foam. So I'll foam those guys to the ground. And in this case as well, I'm going to actually swap it to be technician. So normally I run this one with Demolitionist, and that's because it has 2 bleed resist mods, making it bleed resist, but then Demolitionist as well has 20% fire resist. Actually, because yeah, it has somewhere in here, yeah, it increases burn resistance by 20%. So by having just Demolitionist, I'm immune to both. So instead of being immune to fire, because that's not that useful, I'm going to take Ignition and to get an extra charge on the phone. It's that extra skill tier. A little bit of extra duration on it as well. Just having a look if I broke anything. No. Another option would be to go firewall as well with it. Although this is not a build that you should encounter. Because yeah, the stacking up of the, because especially so this build is,
You have received an invite.
I would consider it the best thing you could do with a backfire. And even then, if I really look over here, it has 60 crit chance, 152 crit damage, without having an extra source of damage, so no Fox's Prayer or anything. So it's basically at this point, it's basically the same strength as, for instance, a red FI, or except that it has 2 damage talents. So actually pretty close to that red Patriot. But of course, the talent on the backfire can give a lot more damage, but it's just not it's not consistent enough. It falls away it falls away too fast.
Hyenas have taken over the power plant and triggered the lockdown procedures. Be careful, Agent.
Yeah, good to hear, Snakes. Did you enjoy it? Have any questions left, maybe, or anything? So
We need to shut down
feel
the
free to
transformers and restore the power.
ask those if you want to. Quite enjoyed how it turned out, especially showing some of the more odd things that can be provided with multiple characters, or characters that
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown.
are set up in certain ways.
15 minutes lockdown.
I'm surprised that he got up here, so he loaded in really fast. Because here, for instance, I'm just gonna keep an eye on the count. He's even healing once, but I'm gonna get up to 40 stacks, 45 stacks there. Oh, again, 45 there. So that's the downside of this thing. And by the time we reach the next one, it's already lost the stacks because they stick around for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So it's a little bit longer than Obliterate, but still, yeah, it falls away pretty quick. But its benefit is that it's a mostly hazard protected build. Although somebody else is doing that part as well. So not even a benefit in that way. But yeah, I thought I'd just run it here for oddity's sake. Because the reason I do have the build is, it is its own mechanic. So I always enjoy those, trying to min-max towards how to play this. So sometimes even what I would do is maybe half kill an enemy, run ahead of them, and then turn around, kill them, just so you increase the time that you have to get to the next enemy. Stuff like that. And min-maxing like that, of course, is getting just another maybe 5% out of a build. But it can be, I mean, I find that very enjoyable. I find that very rewarding once you get the hang of it.
Rogue assault turret detected.
I'm gonna go across and start looking for the chest. That one's pretty filled up. This one not so much, so it's not that chest.
High-risk target approaching.
So there are multiple foams, and one of them might even be an eclipse. So I'm just gonna grab a pulse. Yeah, I like pulse. And sometimes that's all the reason you need. Actually, no. In total, yeah, I do have 8 characters.
Area secure.
Well, no, so 6 are regular, 2 are watch alts that are getting that do boost basically. So 6 of them, 6 slots are really used for actual characters, and 2 of them are only for Watch Alt. And those 2 are both on the alt account. I'm considering moving one to be a hardcore character, but I don't really want to do a hardcore character on my alt account because I would much more enjoy that on my main account, but I don't have the option there. So that's the first world problems that I have. And yeah, one of them is World Tier 5. And specifically to be World Tier 5. Because yeah, that's actually one of the... I mean, it's on the list, but it's way, way down. Because just like the purple builds that I enjoy so much, the World Tier 5 character has basically kind of the same flavor. It is challenging to farm for them. You don't have optimization. You're missing a bunch of brands as well. So you suddenly you have to make... Oh, it's a hack first. Suddenly you don't have Seska or Grupo. You don't have a ton of the brands that are, staples. You're missing a ton of the gear sets. You don't have Eclipses running around because Eclipse does not exist at level 30. And the way that works is mostly the things that got added in season mostly do not show up at World Tier 5. But there are exceptions like Memento, like Chameleon, that got added in Season 1. Waveform, for some reason, is reconfigurable to be used. And several others as well.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
And also, for instance, on that account, I did run the season where I did Empress, where Empress was one of the brands. So I got the the blueprints for Empress, and those appear to be shared as well too. So those are available to that character on level 30, where it shouldn't be because you can't target farm or get drops of Empress. But
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
I get the feeling I didn't look for the chest, but also I get the feeling that likely okay, it's up there. I likely would have seen it already by now, and I do there. I lost my train of thought, but also I feel that I said what I needed to say there. I feel like I was at the end of that one.
Agent, you've reached the turbine. I need you to fix the power grid.
And yeah, also the stats are different at level 30. So even like a crit chance is 5.2. So the balance that you need to reach
Switch the power over to the new grid.
60 crit chance, or try to reach 60 crit chance, is quite different because you need more of them, and you don't have Seska, so you basically 2-piece provenance becomes a lot more valuable.
Safety protocols activated.
You're gonna need to expose the transformers and remove any busted fuses.
Actually, yeah, I'll take this route. I wanted to go the other route and get look at the chest, but
To protect against
this is the first one.
What the hell was that?
Although,
Electrified.
I'm gonna...
Watch your step, Agent.
Yeah, well, actually, it was fine. I was gonna say, I'm gonna cut it a lot short, a little short there, but... or, well, I have little time. Like, there was a good chance that I would get... oh, we're already at... Okay, we're already at 3. That is quite fast. So that player is going for there. That one's already setting up to grab it, and I'll go over here. Now that's fast. That's that's a lot faster than that usually goes. Because yeah, they hit that button over there. Somebody grabbed the thing, and that's actually something you can do as well in groups, like set groups. If you're playing with clan members or something, and you're all on comms, it's very valuable to go like, okay, you go there, you go there. But yeah, you can notice damage-wise, this build isn't that great. I mean, it's not bad. It is a full red build, and it has, like, at the very least, it has basically. It's just missing a damage to target side of cover. Also, actually, what is the third on the Okay, it's missing actually a lot of damage to dark side of actually. That's also one of the downsides of the backfire is that it's missing a good turret set.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there. Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Because yeah, magazine size third stat is actually a really bad one. Because they could have just changed the magazine size to be whatever they wanted to be. Having even just a damage talent there, because that's even worse than, for instance, what the crit damage that that Bullet King gets, for instance. It's even worse than that. Feel those effects usually go away once you're done, but for some reason, oh, we probably got it right as the effect was going off. That's actually cool. Yeah, it's exactly on the mules subject. Because yeah, a lot of people still recommend it. I have never understood. I mean, I kind of understand it, but I was more always of like, yeah, if if it reaches that point, that item should have already been away. So here is likely the only fight in this entire run where I'll have a chance of reaching 200 stacks. And that's also still dependent on if I actually don't go down, because if I go down, just getting back up, or if I have to medpack and I don't have an easy target, there again. Yeah. But I'll see about trying to, I mean, I'll go for it, but also, yeah.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
There, too much is dead already, although the chopper's coming down, so maybe. But yeah, we're at 100 stacks now. Yeah, we've been fighting for quite a while. My aim wasn't perfect or anything, of course, but like, how much did we get? 122. So we still 80 stacks short of like the numbers that most people try to like sell the backfire with on videos. Like, yeah, the peaks are very high on it. Like, just getting 200 crit damage, right? Yeah, each hit is one. But yeah, you basically never get up that high. Except for like very... There are, for instance, Razorback you can stack up and... because you can shoot at its body while it's inactive. But also, when you're doing that, you're not killing ads and stuff, so it doesn't... It's not for free. Just gonna make sure I didn't miss any of the loot. Doesn't look like it.
Something's coming.
Because yeah, on an average wave like that, I got to 50 stacks, and the next wave won't be here till it's gone. Oh. Tab popped up there. Actually, well, I mean, explosive resistance basically works as advertised. It reduces the amount of explosives coming in, and it's basically the final hit by the amount stated. So it's that one's very simple, and it doesn't seem to. So, for instance, it works the same if they have damage to armor or not, like that. So, at least that was my findings years ago. At this point, I remember in the end it was basically straightforward. It was. And that's why it also basically didn't.
Let's get you home, Agent.
In the same way as with like real science, the obvious things that just work as intended don't get a lot of advertising about them when we find them out. Yeah, next chopper is going to be way too late. But yeah, I should compile, and that has been a long-term project. I started working with it a little bit with somebody that doesn't play anymore, sadly, on compiling. So there is a list of all of the talents, basically a spreadsheet, and it is basically the source that was already there in year one, where it shows basically this talent is total weapon damage, this talent is this, and especially it's the source where most people will find out that, for instance, the status effect talents of weapons, so sadist, eyeless, and whatever's on the pyromaniac, the other one, the fire one. All three of those are actually, so their wording, I should have a pyro. B. Ignited. That's so all of these, it says deal plus 25 weapon damage. So the wording is basically weapon damage, but it's actually an amp. So it's a separate multiplier. It's not adding to the weapon damage pools. And I was working on maybe, well, we started work. I didn't really work on it. We started work on trying to make a new list, basically. Especially that was around the time where a few talents came in. Sledgehammer came in, and the exotic gloves. It's getting late. I'm starting to blank on stuff. Yeah, bloody knuckles. So Sledgehammer, for instance, is not damage to armor as the wording is. It is actually a sort. It is its own thing. It's a damage. It is damage to armor, but it's also damage to armor plates, which damage to armor isn't. So it is a weird one. And bloody knuckles is whatever it's worded as. I don't remember, but it is in the end total weapon damage. But it's incorrectly worded. I think it's worded weapon damage as well. Let me just refresh my memory on that one. So yeah, this one again states as 25 weapon damage and isn't. So compiling a list of all of those and just basically refreshing that old spreadsheet that a lot of people will likely know already. So I did say last one, but I'm quite often a liar with whenever the last one is. I often feel of civilization style of one more turn. So I do want to do one more turn. And I will actually swap characters and grab a Redify and follow that up with the ongoing directive. And then we will have had all three buffing builds as well in this footage you see. That's not this character. And also I really need to hydrate. So while this is loading, I'm briefly gonna go check how the release video did. Because I'm not expecting, especially all of the build showcases do better than everything else usually. And also all of my videos usually start slow and they take a day or two of the algorithm like testing it out, and then a few people will get it. But especially the in-depth guides are, well, they have the least viewership, and some friends of mine have also brought that up. Just do build showcases only. I feel that in-depth guides are really what I should be. I shouldn't, well, not to the detriment of build showcases, but I really do want to keep them. And I am certain that over time, because I've already noticed that the build showcases usually fall off after a while, slow down. The in-depth guides usually kind of keep going, chugging along, and slowly amassing more and more views. So yeah, in my mind, I very much want to keep both. But there are on my list still a few coming, and they're basically interspersed between other content. I was gonna grab a Redify. Although this account's Redify, which I can't do with the Coyote. And yeah, I am going to rework it to be basically double duty, the same way that I have it on my other account. But on this one, so this is that safeguard group of one. But I have a vigilance backpack, and then I'll just I shall grab vigilance plus BTSU. It's one that I haven't actually ran on stream ever. So this one has a little bit more damage than the safeguard one. It still has the overcharge mechanic, but it's giving up safeguard, so it can't heal that well. That's missions, because they go up to legendary. That's yeah, legendary countdown would be quite interesting at some point.
Another agents group receive. You are now in a group.
Okay, so it's not an empty group, so it will hopefully fill up. I should have access to
Another agent is now
2 of them even.
leader.
It's gonna pop these. And the game heard me talk about BTSU and gave me 2 BTSUs there. But actually, yeah, what it really gave me is 2 exotic components, so, which I totally don't mind. As yeah, those are starting to fill up quite well. So I have enough for 2 weapons and working towards a 3rd almost. And actually, yeah, I'll do that at the end of today's stream. I'll take the Eagle Bearer to 20 because yeah, I do want to have an Eagle Bearer 20 just for the prestige. It's not really a weapon I use often. I do use it quite often as a secondary in DZ, but I don't go into the DZ that much anymore as well. So, and I'll pick another as well. Am I leader? No, right? No. Yeah, we're starting. That's a sentence. But yeah, the list of video ideas is getting longer and longer, so I've actually now started just more writing on the ones that I have in mind of doing. And basically just like, okay, new ideas only if I like really strongly feel about them. I'll add them until I've worked through. The list is now 15, 16 items long, so somewhat ordered into the order that I want to work on them.
Reactor unstable.
So yeah, we are
15 minutes lockdown.
I see another player with a healing hive. Oh, although they're super low level, they're likely not FI as well. Because yeah, the 2 FIs don't really add anything. 1 FI is gonna be enough for an entire team. I will actually and really need to learn to check. Okay, they're a heartbreaker.
System back online.
And yeah, on this team there are several hives that I can also help reset. Although with several I mean 3 out of the 7 players. Reviver hives. But it's decent enough damage, it seems. Though, so I should just swap this to be FAMAS. Let's do some damage actually. Because yeah, I usually have several builds saved, especially for instance with ARs. I'll save basically my red builds with the FAMASs and such. On other builds, I'll save them with more ammo conservation weapons and such, or more long-range weapons. So for instance, usually I'll have an M4, Mark 16, usually a carbine as well on a character. All of them are viable. Containment and turbine seem like the way to do it. I mean,
Tech detected.
Why are we splitting up? Yeah, let's just go to turbine. Although actually, yeah, the other guy was actually right. We should have gone containment first and then turbine because it's just a shorter run. Because we would be just moving from left to right, but being right doesn't always win. Sometimes the stubborn people win more than the right people. So I do have BTSU, so I can actually heal a little bit. It's the Warhounds, of course. I'm gonna go up here actually and yeah, just move it.
Rogue sniper turret detected.
I'll put some fire towards.
Detected.
Because yeah, in its current incarnation, in the way I have it set up now with having the BTSU but having vigilance, it is basically the halfway point between not having going the Coyote's route, Coyote vigilance, and going safeguard BTSU. So it doesn't heal as well, but it heals decently enough. Yeah, one of the videos as well that I'm gonna be working on tomorrow is actually very much about a release of a different creator, where they put out a set of data about ranges especially, and yeah, it very much is something that I disagree with the outcome, the methodology as well, a little bit. It's like, I understand that he put a lot of time in it. It's something that also would take a lot of time, but yeah, it's something that has come up as well in a few discussions. People that we're basically been having a discussion through proxy, through people.
Rogue striker drone.
Basically asking me for their opinion, him for his opinion, and then basically like bringing their opinion of like through Discord discussions or something of like, hey, he thinks this, and then I'll reply, and then oh he said this about that this like this is the reasons. It's been quite funny. So I'm just gonna take it into video form and
detected.
Yeah, hopefully. And I'm not going to be making it mean-spirited. I'm very much of the opinion that, especially the person that it concerns, like me and him would likely be good friends if we just like, hanged out together. Like, we both love the Division. We're very much into like understanding mechanically. It's just
Secure.
Agent, you should be able to access the reactor.
the conclusions that he comes to is refutable. So I'm going to refute them. And then he gets to have his, basically his dissertation. He needs to defend his dissertation at that point. I'm curious to see what he has to say about that. So no, none of the reviver hives are on cooldown or anything, because what I could do in between here is to use that double mechanic of using the BTSU twice, overcharging myself on the first one, and then supercharging the entire team on the second one.
Agent, you've reached the reactor.
But there's no real use here, and also I haven't done it so far. But I'll try to do it here, actually, once we push into here and are set up a little bit, and hopefully they'll use their skills a little bit.
We need to decrypt the safety protocols.
Because everything will be supercharged, overcharged on their parts. So, yeah, I'll start setting up for it here, tossing my hive, deconstructing it. I'm overcharged now. I'm gonna run in, I'm gonna toss my hive somewhere out of the way so it doesn't use up that charge right away. And then supercharging the entire team. Someone over there is hurt. I'm overcharged as well, so at that point that's a 6th tier healing camp, so that does do a lot of healing as well. And yeah, on itself, this build as well just does around the same amount of the True Patriot. a little bit more likely when both vigilance and its and FI's talent is up, so I haven't taken a hit basically.
Warning, reactor unstable. Initiating lock.
Actually, I should have gone for. Yeah. It's yeah, that's too dangerous. There's not enough allies around me yet. They'll get it actually, so it'll be fine. At least I hope they get it.
Nice. Almost done.
Yeah, that opens that over there, and I'll hit that.
You'll need to run the sequence twice.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
And then here's the button. And then here's the second one.
Great work, Agent. Now you just need to restart the reactor and keep any hostiles.
I'm gonna go get my hive.
Or killing you.
I want to deconstruct it. And there was loot next to it anyways. Well, I'll put my hive here. There's likely to be someone in there. Also, one of the things actually that I kind of, I mean, I didn't forget. I was meaning to just briefly touch on it because it would have made stuff a little bit too long. This is a lot of enemies, and I'm a little bit over my head. Gonna heal that here. Gonna heal him to heal myself, and that's the mechanic I forgot to kind of talk about. I did it a few times during the build showcase, but so just by healing others, I'm healing myself, which is the effectiveness of, which is the talent of, an effect of the talent of FI. We are. I'll get there.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get
I
the
feel
hell
I
out of there.
didn't get the chest.
When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
Then go on. Yeah, I hear some loot over there. So actually, that's the big chest. Oh, it's over here actually. That's this loot pile. And the big chest. But yeah, so that effect of healing others to heal yourself, being very strong, and even making up for healing up yourself back up to full. And also it's the same in the range around you. So you can, if some allies are hurt and you come on them, which I basically do a few times in the video, and then I just huddle up with them. So also they get the proximity healing from me. It goes, even with a skill tier 0. So here I left my hive behind because I want to deconstruct it while it's outside of up to range of being disrupted. And then here I'll supercharge my allies. Resetting any hives that maybe have been lost. Although they didn't have many, of course. And hopefully here if they get into the enemies, although I did maybe a little bit too early. I saw them be in combat, but of course there's a big gap before we get into this. So that was a little bit wasted, and that was basically on me. Now, try to heal there, but of course that doesn't work. I'm gonna heal up myself just to get my bonus back. Gonna push in a little bit. I'm a technician. I'm gonna put that box isn't shootable, but it is grenadable, and that's gonna give us a little bit of time with it disable, which is a important thing to do. It's about to come off of it. I'm gonna get ready to do it again. Although by that time usually the allies will have killed it. There's a hunter on this end likely, but I'm disrupted again. I wanted to go over here and help heal. But also, yeah, I do want to loot as well.
Shoot a flare to
So
signal
I'll go
Torres.
get that.
An agent needs assistance.
Agent
Oh wait,
down.
wasn't the hunter? Okay, that was not worth it to go all the way over.
Restored.
Gonna heal this guy just to heal myself with it as well. And sadly, we lost the player, which sucks for them a little bit. Because yeah. Okay. This is what? What happened there? Okay. Oh, this bug. Okay. So we ran into this bug a little bit, a different time as well. And yeah, it just basically loads. Everybody hits a loading screen and they get transferred to... So one time we had it actually be that it transferred us right in the middle of the extraction, and everybody was in the loading screen. And by the time most of us got out of the loading screen, everybody was dead. I believe I was back then, like me and one other guy survived, and I only survived because I had a PFE build at that point. But here we should still be able to recover this. We just need to get in there, start killing, calling the chopper if we need to. They'll be pretty set up here because they've been in combat the whole time, so they'll have boxes on the ground and stuff. So that priority, that box is the priority, very much, at least I feel, especially when it's in the open like that. And yeah, we just need to burn through, especially the hunters, make sure that we get the extraction going in time. So here as well, I'm disrupted, but disruption is about to leave. I'll heal that other player to heal myself. And yeah, somebody called it in just before I was going to. And I'll help that along as well. You can get one chopper, but yeah, that costs us a few choppers. And the confusion, because yeah, it is nice and confusing when that happens. I'm gonna grab all of these resources. Yeah, why not? Gonna toss down my hive. I need chip damage. Yeah, we can get this chopper still. We're still on time. We didn't get any loot out of it though. Oh, that's just. If that was hunters, I would go for it, but it's just loose loot. There'll be more loose loot. I'll depart from here. And likely around this time somewhere. The camera will shut off again, but I'll swap the battery once it does. Because we're reaching around that mark again. Briefly, actually, I want to see what some of the comments are on that video. Just need to put OBS away for a second. A lot of compliments, which are always nice for the ego. It's a good boost to always that people found it either interesting or enjoyed it in some way. And also after the stream, I still need to go back and actually, because while I did watch it through, it went up a little bit late actually because I did a little bit of, I basically put in one wrong segment, rendered that all the way, uploaded it, and then noticed that it was one of the wrong segments, and then replaced it and then re-uploaded it, of course. And then also the original thumbnail I had for it was very much, am I showing anything here? That would be, so bring it up here actually, yeah. So. But so the thumbnail with the 4 characters, I briefly actually wait, so this one, okay, yeah. So the thumbnail with the 4 characters there, I slapped that together well just before the stream because I had a different actually other one which was just from inside of the video with basically both of my characters facing each other at one point. But yeah, this kind of worked out with just cutting them out real quick and just putting them behind in the White House in the Oval Office basically. It almost looks designed, so I'm happy with that. So yeah, because yeah, if I hadn't like redone it and was re-uploading it, I would never re-gone and done that thumbnail. So that worked out in a roundabout way.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Get all of this stuff out of my inventory. Actually, yeah, I should unload a few builds, but also I don't want to take that time. We've got another setup, but not the one I'm after, with skill haste repair skill. Although that one is basically very minor thing. The crit chance, crit damage closer is actually an upgrade somewhere, so. Or makes a build a little bit more possible. I should grab a Saint Elmo because yeah, I'm also not Scorpioing in here anyway. I'll grab, yeah. So actually, what does that put my? Actually, also helps with my crit chance a lot. Well, actually, I would be set up in a different way, really, if I intend to go into countdown, because of I'm expecting multiple coyotes, which usually holds true. Because yeah, to rework this build, I would need to go farm several pieces of FI again with crit damage to make it in the same way that the other accounts red FI is. Although not on the build picture, but actually saved, because it's actually saved with 5 pieces of FI, and I can either put in a BTSU or put in coyotes. That's how it's actually saved on the build. Yes, I'm gonna. I was gonna go. Actually, yeah, I'll go one more with the safeguard one. Although it is getting a little bit late, I'll go one more with the safeguard one and then do the ongoing direction, because I kind of want to feel what the safeguard one does with what is the crit chance with that. So I should actually flip one if I have an easy one to flip. I should just bring up that. Yeah, I don't have a mod, so. Because if, for instance, this crit chance was with a mod, then I could flip it to be crit damage. Yeah, it's a little bit high actually for the Elma, but just to see how this one behaves a little bit on a challenging counter.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined a group.
Yeah, so one of 2 last countdowns, which are 3 countdowns past the time that I said I was going to stop. But yeah, it's hard to quit when you're having fun. And I don't have to get up. Well, actually, I do have to get up early-ish tomorrow, but it's just for a meeting, and then I can crawl back into bed after. So. And as I was discussing the camera earlier, there it went. But I have another one battery at the ready, so. And those batteries are quite hot. It's coming out. And shit. That was actually interesting with this AI model that I'm using to cut myself out with. Still haven't started it. Let me. They seem of a decent understanding, although. I'm surprised not like 3/4 of them. Oh, right. You can't. I was in the wrong. I was in the wrong chat. Okay, he found it, which is a good sign. But yeah, he was actually well for level 23. At least, I'll see if it was actually, or what, if I was looking at somebody else and got confused and confused myself. But for level 23, if he had what he had, then he's very knowledgeable for that level. Looked like a good striker. Yeah, we have the nice bugged out loading screen, which yeah likely means that we'll have a bugged start, but this one is a little bit different. At this point, usually we would have started. Maybe the next step will save us. Maybe the next step. Maybe this next step. Okay.
Agent.
Yeah, I'm bug start.
Power plant. Lockdown procedures have been initiated. Last thing we need is a radioactive green poison.
But these seem to very decently fix themselves, so I have a feeling we'll be fine.
System reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes.
That was actually a little bit short. I'll go for this. So actually, I never remember what this one is. What is this one? This is hostile skill damage resistance. That's why I don't remember it, because it is. I was yeah looking at other places and did not notice that that hunter made it all the way across us. The common thing of don't use skills on hunters, because yeah they're likely low enough, because yeah that fire turret, if that got hacked, that would have wiped basically 3/4 of that team.
System disrupted.
Oh, surprising to see this guy here as well.
System reactivated.
And a grenade over there, just to get him to move a little bit. Ouch. I'll just ring around the rosy hem and slide. Yeah, so somebody should go get a directive. Somebody is, somebody isn't, somebody is. And the rest should go containment, which they seem to be doing. Because yeah, especially that one is reload speed, and that one I want. Grabbing ammo because I was halfway.
Has reconnected.
Yeah, we're fighting our good friends, the Outcasts, who are very much after Bad Touch, and I'm gonna go after the chest, especially seeing as, well, we're on hostiles and containment, so this will be fairly fast, but I especially want to have the loot on the ground, so a lot of the players see it. They might actually go and loot it. I actually hurt that guy a little bit by the weak point explosion. So yeah, because the chest, I saw the other two positions and they weren't it, so it's this position. Also, if you're ever wondering how I know all those chest positions, there are maps. Well, of course, experience helps as well, but there are maps online that have them all very clearly marked out, and especially starting out, especially if you're interested in doing a lot of countdowns, you can just have that map on a second screen or maybe on a phone or on a tablet. Just whenever you enter a zone, they're very well made maps. So.
High value target detected.
Yeah, especially with the safeguard, as long as I'm at full armor. Just was checking that I actually was with the safeguard. As long as I'm at full armor, I do actually decently heal, especially with that initial hits of the burst healing. But yeah, the second I lose that, it goes down quite hard. But I can use other people like that to heal myself back to up. So even there, even though it wasn't actually healing, it was still transferring healing to me. You can actually, use that as Rossi very much brought up in a comment on the video that I totally forgot about that one. Which he's totally right about. Because yeah, I did skip it with the layout section. I was intending to as well with the layout section because I didn't want to explain it outside of gameplay because it's actually kind of hard to explain how that effect works. Yeah, in a way, in a non-visual way. But then during the gameplay, I had it actually in my notes and then just didn't hit that point. So everything is across the map. Administration is likely the better of the two options. And I'm the head of this snake, so I'll take us over there. Because yeah, with administration, at least we can take that back road back, the northern road back towards our main objective. Where laboratory is just in its own corner. And hostile, while Warhounds is usually faster, it's not so much true when it's in the laboratory because there's a lot of running around there. Or even in the cooling tower, there are places where you can shoot the server racks that are causing Warhounds to somehow be immune to weapon damage, to bullets being fired at them in some way. You would think that if they had those capabilities, they would just always have those things on, like. But yeah. But I mean, of course, it's just a game mechanic. I don't see any more. Okay. I didn't see any of my allies on the minimap, and I'm not gonna solo rush into here. I'm not. If I was PFE, maybe I would have rushed in and gone for one of the two upload positions. There, I see them going a little bit that way. I'm gonna just run past these guys, put my healing hive in there, and start killing some stuff over here. Although it's not even needed really, but I'll go for that. I'll go for the timer. Alright, that was friendlies hitting me in the back. Yeah, the St. Elmo is really nice for those kind of moments where that enemy was rolling, but just because I shocked him, he would just stand still for a second and make himself an easy shot.
Critical systems exposed.
Now we have the servers. I'm hoping someone's getting the one in the control room. I'll go get it because you can easily get it from here.
Data transfer halted.
And then yeah, just secure the area and then we can leave this area. And yeah, this one, especially when it's not at full armor as well, not having vigilance, not having. Did I pop that chest? I saw the chest there, but I should do that so my allies see. I got distracted by. I got distracted by the objective. You know, the thing that we're actually opposing. I still have some loot up here, likely. I'll just look if it's a chevron or not. Although actually, I'm in here anyway. Let's just grab it. Yeah, that's a player as well that deployed the flame turret. Are leaving their hive behind, likely showing that they don't have a full grasp of all the mechanics, which is also fine. I mean, we're not. This isn't something you're born with or anything. Yeah, but yeah, just you'll learn it over time. So you can't begrudge others when they don't know it. But there is a certain expectation with some playtime to be at least at a certain level, you would hope, which some players don't reach. Especially on a low level player, it's completely.
You're in.
But yeah, once you're several thousand hours into a game, people somewhat rightly, I mean, just the expectation becomes there. And it's somewhat that's
Power surge imminent.
I can maybe save him. Kinda did.
To protect against accidental electrocution.
What the hell was that? I think the floor is electrified. Watch your step, Agent.
Redirect excessive.
So usually here there's not enough time to. Yeah, I see this already happening. Oh.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
He didn't have a health gate, so
Danger of failure.
getting hit by that amount of damage went right through him.
An agent has disconnected.
We lost one ally. I'm gonna try and get my hive down on people. Because yeah, the hive, even though weak, of course, I don't have any healing. Just with safeguard, as long as I don't have any chip damage on me, which I just have now, I'll use my allies to heal myself with. As long as I basically keep them a little bit topped off, and that bonus is still active on them, which can be pretty strong. It can make basically 7 players do the damage of 8, and then on top of that, there's also the 8. Yeah, that's the reason I didn't go for that thing. Is I was just waiting out that shot. But yeah, it was very unlikely to have enough time to reach it, and point proven there, of course. But yeah, that proximity heal mechanic is something that I should have spent a lot more time on, but I'll likely do that with if I ever reach the point where I do a normal FI, just a healing FI, full yellow FI. I'll go a little bit in depth into that one. I'll go for the main. We're down to 5 players because we lost several along the way. Oh, we're down to oh no, players. I mean, seeing as I have to wait in here anyway, I'm just going to inspect them real quick and see what they are. Is this the okay? No. We still have a decent chance at getting out. Although, I will do that. The red FI is now not really that useful anymore because, yeah, it's applying to less people. And also my healing and stuff is going to get mostly disabled with the Hunter's Fight anyway. So I'm going to swap to the PFE that this character has, which is a Heartbreaker one. Which works fine enough for extraction.
When you're ready,
and the chest is right here as well. And then I'll go for the main chest. I'm hoping most of my allies know about that kind of stuff, but they don't seem to.
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
But yeah, the danger here is us presenting ourselves piecemeal to the hunters and just getting chewed up like that. because yeah, some players will go for the chest like me, because you should, and then some not knowing about it. Although I see 4 there, 5th. Actually, yeah, there's barely any players left remaining, so just the few that I'm seeing is actually enough. And that player in front of us is actually waiting in that corridor, seems like, although he's likely basically just pushed back into that corridor, or like completely caught up in there. Yeah. The hunter trigger has happened already, so that's a little bit more annoying. Although the hunters are actually pushed out towards us, which could help, actually. And again, I should not overextend too much. I should just take shots of opportunity, get some... If I can get a straggler, although actually, yeah, I need my teammates really to help kill, so I'm just gonna play it. Why is there... I'm curious as to that. That player over there. Like, how did he even get there? What are his hopes? What are his dreams? Does he have a next of kin? What is his favorite type of chocolate? A lot of questions.
System reactivated.
Also, this hunter has skill getting hacked, although that's just a revive hack.
Hostile hive detected.
It's a friendly hive that is in a second going to become a very hostile hive.
An agent has reconnected.
I'm thinking of just pulling back. Actually we do have the firepower. Who's with me then? Oh, that's the striker guy. Okay, I thought for a second I had the Eclipse player with me, which I do actually. He's the other one. And that wouldn't have been, that fight would have been not something that I could win. But the striker player, the only striker player in the group, was also there with us, and he's also one of the lower level players, and he's very well set up actually. Which could mean he's either very confident or sometimes you have converts coming from some of the other. That's very far that I'm rezzing him, but that's just a little bit of a wonkiness.
Is ready when you are. Shoot
Okay.
a flare to signal Taurus.
I'll do the thing that PFEs are supposed to do in this final fight, which is just to run interference, try to get as many guns pointed towards me. The signal needs to go up. Okay.
Torres is on her way.
There was somebody there. Shit. My panic was undeserved. Because yeah, I saw the timer suddenly, I was like, oh. Because yeah, that is always a very silly way to lose, with having cleared out the entire area there, but forgetting to actually call in. And
Let's get you home.
we can get one more chopper quite easily, because yeah, when they arrive like this together, then we have plenty of time. Although my allies don't seem to be aware of that fact. I'll shoot a little bit here. And if they're already out, then I'll join them. I'll do that just for a weekly project, just remembered. And yeah, one more out.
That was impressive.
And with full hunters, 158 coins. And maybe, actually I didn't see any chevron pieces, but you never know. Sometimes I did grab some of the hunter loot really quickly, so Maybe.
Pleasure to see you.
Maybe. And then maybe turns out to be no. We'll get there eventually. I'm willing to bet. Although that's a dangerous thing to do as well, betting against the computer, but I'm willing to bet I'm more stubborn than the video game. And I'll keep going till I'll keep going until it gives it to me. And then cut to me with gray hair and a beard coming up to my toes when going, please, Division 2, give it to me. Give me my closer so I can die. I'm swapped to an ongoing directive and I'm gonna grab, yeah, this one will likely be the final countdown of the evening of my attempts of getting a closer for this evening at least. And if we don't get it here, the search will continue. So if you want to check, actually, if I
Communication relay offline.
Hyenas have taken over the power plant and triggered the lockdown.
And I reached a new subscriber 100 count of 600. So it's likely some of the people getting that multiple character video.
The reactor's cooling system.
Yeah, slowly going up. It's at least not stagnant or going down. So I'm very much happy with it. It's just growing slowly.
Critical pressure levels.
And also, of course, on this end as well. As the growth is slow, but it's growing, so I'm okay with it. That was almost on target. So for this first fight, I don't have the special ammo yet, so I'll be doing a ton less damage. There's also a Patriot in the team, hopefully a red Patriot. But there's at least 2 buffing builds already. But also, yeah, it's quite weak because forever to kill it. Well, of course, here where the other team is likely spawned on the other end, meaning that they'll be we won't be linking up together until much later. Although they going off of the armor bars, going up and down and up and down, they likely are struggling a little bit. Although they seem to be at the last 100 here. I'm gonna, of course, get this objective, actually. This is also the status effect one, which kind of affects me quite a bit. Okay, they've killed their first hunter, so yeah, we're gonna link up here if we...
Hive detected. Hostile hive detected.
I couldn't really see where he was, so that kind of sad. Hoping somebody actually just gets, yeah, shot on them. I got my special ammo there, although that's me noping out and getting saved by my health kit, but yeah, suddenly he had turned around and was very much coming for me. It's already, yeah, so we're gonna go in here in laboratory. In reactor and laboratory, because yeah, turbine is VIP.
System breach initiated.
And yeah, we are not VIPs ourselves, so we stay out of the VIP area. Let me bring up OBS actually again. So, alright. Accidentally break something there and don't see it. I am a glass build, so I do go down quite easily, but I have a hive there, so But also I should have fallen back quite a bit earlier. I was still in PFE mode.
Critical systems exposed.
I'm gonna go upstairs and kill that. Actually, I'll put some bleed rounds on it and then swap over to my secondary to get some backup ammo with special ammo. And actually, I'll grab a few kills with that just to get some. So this is a vindictive weapon, so it'll give the group buff of vindictive. Although the group buff of vindictive is very much, it's 15 meters around you. 15 meters is quite a bit, but it's not as much as as you would want it to be. I would feel actually a good buff to vindictive would be 10 more meters. I'm gonna toss out a grenade because that's how you get stuff to move quite easily. Just making sure that that backpack wasn't usable. I don't feel I looked for the key or for the chest, and also, but also this would. I probably got it then because I do remember going over there. Yeah, I will go check. I do want those SSG calibrations quite badly, and turns out it's a good thing that I did because. Yeah, it was still available. Yeah, oh, next up is a lab. I'm actually gonna mark just so I can double check that, yeah, we can exit on this end.
Shade tech detected.
And we'll try to catch up to our allies and hopefully be in range for most of the loot. Because being usually it's a proximity of around 120 meters of where loot will drop for you as well on from kills.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
But that seems to be also somewhat reliant on likely what most games use is like cells that assets are in. So if you're too many cells away, then and a cell might be like 20-meter area. So because it's very much inconsistent in testing, which indicates likely something like that. As an ongoing player, I should be marking a lot of things, so a lot of my allies get the bonus ammo from it. So I'm playing very poorly, but also I'm very much just going after it, just being lazy. And that's a nice thing with 8 people in the team. When one person like me is slacking off, it's 1/8 instead of 1/4, or 100% if you're solo. Because I'm gonna. Everybody left that other one. That is. Actually, luckily nobody has gotten into it yet. Because yeah, they can capture it back before we could have reached and captured this one. So. Because every time something with my mark dies and the mark is applied by me shooting something that has a status effect on them,
area secure.
Then the entire team gets special ammo. Everybody else that isn't me, that isn't ongoing directive, or the player that applied the mark, gets half a mag and I get a full mag. And that's a pretty strong, and it's 20% ammo, so it's very strong actually. The only downside, of course, it's half a mag, so depends a lot on the content and how effective the ongoing directive player is at getting marks on people. So if I were to, for instance, go a little bit try hard and try to mark as many things as possible, they'll have more and more special ammo.
System purge required to stay.
I'm gonna push up with him.
I'm gonna need you to find a way to release some pressure.
I see the chest already there.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge system to stabilize the pressure.
Oh, that worked.
That was hard to parse. Which one was my ally? Which one was, especially in the yellow haze there of like the poison gas. I'll move over here. This stuff doesn't bleed, I think. Okay, so that makes it. He doesn't know about the one on the left there.
Vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
The second one's going to be up there, where those players are.
Target detected.
I'll help with this named as well before I actually jump down and go after them. Because yeah, we're not in a time crunch. We have plenty of time left. And yeah. And this build especially deals a lot more personal damage than all of the other ones, but that's also just down to it being it is a glass build, where of course the other ones could also, you could make a glass a glass
Now that's under control. You just need to vent the
through Patriots or Red Patriots. You can't really do it with Red FI because you want to have the chest to be from FI. But with this one, it makes a lot more sense for it to be a glass because it's also applying bleeds. And also, although the bleeds are very minimal, especially together with the mechanic of trying to hit as many targets, you're applying as many bleeds as you can to multiple targets. And that makes it so that if you do it right, you are... Ooh,
Serious trauma detected.
they spawned right there, so... While I was talking, I wasn't paying attention to the minimap, and suddenly I hear many voice lines. I'll use my Banshee to try to save myself.
Agent incapacitated.
You need to vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
That's actually annoying that I lost my hive, because yeah, we're going into the hunter fight. Just gonna make sure that I actually did grab the chest. Good thing I did. Because good thing I did check because I didn't grab it.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there.
I'm gonna take the long route and see if there's any loot for me anywhere. Which there's over there. Although none of them are named items, so it's not the thing I'm looking for, but it is just resources and stuff. And maybe even something useful. I'll try to get that to one of the allies, because yeah, I have no use for a military P416. The custom is a much better weapon than it, with basically the same heart stats. So, but for a low-level player, having a weapon that is that close to maxed out with damage to targets out of cover means it's free talentable for them, and they can mess around with that kind of stuff, and it's just a good weapon overall. All the ARs are very much close to each other. There's basically the outlier of the FAMAS, but then the rest of it is all within 10% of each other. And the FAMAS is also basically in a 12% range, 13% range. Our ally is moving in all by himself. Okay, they took that route. I was weird that I saw a lot of people. Yeah, and they engaged already, which can be dangerous.
Frosty, hunters incoming.
Because yeah, if like the two of them could very easily die, could completely be overrun, as they somewhat are there, and then yeah, you lose 2 and it starts to basically cascade from there. I can't shoot that healing box, so I do want to position myself in a way that I maybe can shoot that healing box.
Rogue striker drone.
Because yeah, that's gonna give everybody some overheals and stuff, which that hunter is just gonna walk up to me and murder me.
Rogue fixer drone detected.
That's it. That box needs to go, but and yeah, we shouldn't leave a flank open for them to push to.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, that was a friendly. It was a friendly healing drone, which now was a hostile healing drone. Oh.
Hostile hive detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
I was disruptive as well.
Out of action.
And that hunter is gonna likely.
System restored.
I'm hoping one of my allies comes and gets me. That would be very much appreciated. So, try to get that hunter under control again while we work our way on these guys. I'm going to use my Vindictive because yeah, here everybody should be pretty bunched up together, so I'll benefit from another 15 crit damage. About another 7%-ish, maybe 7.5%. Well, actually less than that. Quite a bit less for most builds of damage output. And we basically made it at the time that we need to call it in.
Torres inbound on your location. Hold tight. She'll get you home.
Actually, that didn't go as bad. It could have gone. I'll just try to mark something.
Ready for extraction.
Yeah, again, both choppers are arriving at the same time, so we have enough time. I'll be fine. Now watch me fail. Because yeah, those are, of course, famous last words. It's, we'll be fine. And yeah, that's that extraction. I'm gonna clean up this character, and yeah, now I will actually. Turns out I was telling the truth this final time, and I will actually. That'll be it for me today. That was a decently long stream. Actually, I went a little bit longer than I intended to, but I was enjoying myself. So.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, let's see if we. Maybe got something. Oh, I forgot to share that, but also there was barely any time. I will actually check if it's better than the one that I have in my stash at the moment. Because yeah, when it comes to ARs, I do have on this main account, I do have every AR with damage to targets out of cover, dirt, and free talentable. So with the talents, and mostly that is done by optimizing as well. But I have a lot of completely god rolled items. Yeah. Through farming way too much. She wears. Oh, this is burnout again. I was gonna say, where's my this one, the grade 23 FAMAS, which you should never put. Well, I mean, you can, but it is not recommended to take weapons to grade 23. You're much better off this instead of this being grade 23. You could have 2 weapons be grade 20, and that can be much more useful, really. But yeah, I have basically every AR in that format, and this one is technically better looking than the one that I have. So I will actually, and that's also the reason that they are decently good looking, is that when whenever I do get the option, I will go through and basically this one is going to come out, and this one's going to get optimized here and just Because yeah, it's just one optimization less here, which you shouldn't care about. But I, of course, show my weapons on the build collection on streams, so it still doesn't make sense. But at least I have excuse. Let me say it that way, because yeah, it still doesn't make sense. I have one cache as well. I should actually grab an exotic cache, and then I should also actually briefly finally get that. I have enough for 2, yeah. And briefly get that. Actually, I have a list somewhere which weapon I want to get to.
Backpacks to boot.
Level 21st, because I did say Eel Bear and Nemesis, but actually I think I'll do the Nemesis and what's this list? Oh, there we go. The Pestilence. So let me actually do that now, and we can have that be our treat to end the stream on. That was the Nemesis, and oh, she's maining a LMG. That's why they're at the top. Although likely as well, I won't have enough resources, maybe, but I'll find out in a second. Yeah, just gonna expertise first up that Nemesis. Actually, I'm gonna do the Pestilence first. And the Pestilence, the only reason I am actually the one in this one's better looking, right? Yeah, this complete just all stats full. And the only reasons I'm doing the Pestilence actually is because the Pestilence does benefit technically quite well from expertise. So if I'm going to put it on some weapons, I've done the ones that I really need to have done for damage output stuff and such. So this one is basically an for fun choice. Because I do actually enjoy running, especially I have a glass version made for the Pestilence, a glass high-end red. And from time to time, it's decent enough to run. It is a decent enough damage dealer. It's not a good build, but what it is playing around with one specific mechanic, trying to min-max towards this mechanic, and that I enjoy that quite a lot often. So it's very much set up to, first off, the build-wise, to get the most out of the Pestilence, and then trying to in-game play the Pestilence in a way that really benefits it. So what I really want to do as well is not go over 20. So I need to pay attention when we reach that point. Yeah, so I'm starting to run out of SHD calibrations, but I'm also willing to spend some points in the near future from one of my characters. I'll take the Nemesis up as well, if I have enough for it, which I believe I do. So yeah, this one as well is completely full on stats. And hello to you, TL Komar. Yeah, welcome to the game. And yeah, the season pass in the store is for the premium track of the season. This season is halfway in, so you have still plenty of time to get all of those premium rewards if you're interested in them. But also, to explain it, so most of the good rewards are on the free track, so you can basically get them without spending money. Most of the cosmetics are on the paid track, the season pass track. So it really depends. If you're willing to, for instance, I always buy them. I'm very willing to support the devs that I very much have made a game that I very much enjoy. To me, it's worth it. But if you're low on cash, if maybe those $10 could buy you something else to enjoy, then it's not required. But it's also if you do buy it, you have to be aware that to get the most out of it, you need to have 100. You need to get 100 levels before the season ends, and that's just to get all of the items on the reward track. But that's also not a hard thing to do. So, for instance, for players that play a lot, or for me myself, I did it like in a week, but. It can go quite fast if you intend to, but also you have basically, so I can show it as well. In the season, we are now basically at the halfway point, really. So we have done 2 manhunts already, and their leagues and their global events. So we still have basically this manhunt, this league, this global event, and then manhunt, league, global event. So, and this one starts in basically 6 weeks from now. So you do have the time to reach that point. And yeah, so this upper track is the stuff you get for free, which of course includes, for instance, the exotics of this season, which are the important things. But then on this lower track, you have stuff like an extra exotic cache, for instance, which is kind of worthwhile, but a lot of like cosmetic helmets and stuff like that. So it really depends on if you enjoy that kind of stuff. And if you have the disposable income for it. So, for instance, some of the skins, some of the apparel, some of the emotes and stuff are all tied to the premium track, which is this lower one. Actually, I'm trying to see as well. Yeah, so we had a ton of skins there. And yeah, you get basically 2 exotic caches extra out of it and a few extra caches. Are you level 7 SHD level, or are you level 7 just going through the game at this point? So just level 7 just starting out completely, basically. Because so the way that the game works is you have basically a base game, and then you go into world tiers, and then you go to Warlords of New York, which is all basically mostly story content. And that takes you to level 30, and then takes you through world tiers, and then takes you to level 40. And once you reach level 40 is basically when the end game starts. And the season stuff is all end game. You need to be level 40 for you to start basically even working on it. So, but if you are still leveling and going to the base game, depending on how much time you play, of course, you're very likely to still reach level 40 in quite a bit, still before like the season is very much over. I don't know if I actually. Oh yeah, I did already buy the season or the exotic caches. Season's on my mind now all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, the most of the skins and availabilities of that kind of stuff is all mostly tied to reaching endgame, but it's also not hard to reach endgame. This game is very much designed for most players to be at the endgame. It's worth it to go through the story at least once, to not boost through it as well, and get through it. And once you've basically gotten through the base game, through the world tiers, and through Warlords of New York, then yeah, you'll be level 40, and at that point, all of the season stuff is all tied to that mostly. So it's still easily enough to get to, and, worth it once you reach that point. But yeah, until you reach that point, and yeah, depending on if you so it's still on for 6 weeks. So if you take too long to, or if you don't have the time to play as much or something, check basically, especially on the Discord is a great place to check with the official Discord. They have a ask community channel where someone could answer of like, okay, we have this many more weeks. You can do it if you grind really hard. Here are some methods and stuff like that. Yeah, so the thing you're discussing there is basically the boosting to New York. boosting to start at Warlords of New York. It really depends, honestly. So that answer is really personalized. If you're really wanting to just get to endgame, boosting is an option. You'll still have to go through Warlords of New York, which in itself is a decent enough tutorial. But what you would be missing out on is all of the lore and story, basically, of the base game. So it depends on how much you're interested in the story and how much you're interested in reaching endgame real quickly. Depending on if you get bored of the story, one thing as well that you can do is, because that happens to some people, and there is an advice, is that you can create a second character, keep that other character wherever it is in leveling, and on that second character boost to Warlords of New York, if you haven't reached that point with the first one, and then you can basically continue on that second character going through Warlords and just reaching endgame quickly if you want to just see what that is. And then maybe in the future you can always go back and get through the story that way. But yeah, it is a very much it depends very much on the player. Some players I do actually recommend. Sometimes players that really just want to get to the end game and want to are decently good as well with they kind of understand mechanics quickly, then boosting is an option, but you'll be skipping out on a lot of story. It depends on how important you find it. Okay, yeah, if that exactly, that's usually how that goes. Is once it's explained like that, then some people will go, okay, no, I really want to boost. I just want to get there. And in your case, for instance, and others like you, is very much like, okay, yeah, no, I want to see the story. So then I would, recommend seeing the story through, and it's not too long. It's first playthrough is maybe 15 hours for the base game plus world tiers, and then another 3-4 hours for Warlords. And it's very varied, so you'll get through it quite easily. But yeah, you joined at very me closing off, so I am actually going to now close off and get to relaxing for another half hour and then heading off to bed. So I want to first off thank all of you for that have joined me. Oh, hey, Xander. Did I say 4? I think I said 5. Or if I misspoke. But yeah, usually I say 5 for a first run through for Warlords. It depends on the players very much. It's because yeah, just a casual run through on just going for it is usually like 5 hours. But yeah, 4 would maybe be a little much if I said 4. But yeah, as I was closing off, as I keep getting distracted, because yeah, I am gonna go off and head off to bed. So thank you all for joining me, and thanks all for the follows as well, as several came in right now. And I hope to see you all again, either through the YouTubes on some videos, or tomorrow I'll be streaming it, so and I'll be regularly streaming most evenings. The schedule is underneath, so yeah. Thank you all, and have a good night.